Chapter 19. Induced Imagination. There is a form of suggestion which tends to arouse activities in the imaginative regions of the minds of people. Of course, the imagination plays a part in all manifestations of suggestion, but in this particular form its action is especially apparent. I call this class of phenomena induced imagination. The term imagination, means the power of the mind to create mental images of objects of sense, the power to reconstruct or recombine the materials furnished by experience, memory, or fancy, a mental image formed by the faculty of imagination, etc., etc. The word is derived from the English word image, which in turn has for its root the Latin word imitare, meaning to imitate. The imagination is creative in its nature and works with the plastic material of the mind. The writers usually make a distinction between what is called imagination proper, on the one hand, and what is called fancy on the other. By imagination proper is meant the higher forms of activity of the image-creating faculty, such as is manifested in the creation of literature, art, music, philosophical theory, scientific hypothesis, etc. By fancy is meant the lighter forms of the manifestation of the image-creating faculty, such as the ideal fancies and daydreams of people, the arbitrary and capricious imaginings, fantasy, etc. Imagination proper may be considered as a positive phase, and fancy as the negative phase, of the image-creating faculty. Imagination in its positive phase is a most important faculty of the human being. It lies at the basis of active mental manifestations. One must form a mental image of a thing before he can manifest it in objective form. It is distinctly creative in its nature, and really forms the mold in which deeds and actions are cast. It forms the architect's plan, which we use to build our life of action and deeds. And, mind you this, it is the faculty used in visualization, which is spoken of in other chapters. Positive imagination is very far from being the fanciful, capricious, light, whimsical thing that many suppose it to be. It is one of the most positive manifestations of the mind. Not only does it proceed, and is necessary to, the performance of objective acts, and the producing of material things, but it is also the faculty by which we impress our mental images upon the minds of others by mentative induction, and by the uses of desire and will. Positive imagination is the mother of ideas. An idea is but an image formed in the mind, and the imagination is the faculty in which the image, or idea, is formed. And in proportion to the activity of the imagination, so is the strength of the image or idea. And as is the strength of the image or idea, so is the degree of its power to impress itself upon the minds of others. So you see, imagination, in its positive phase is a strong, real thing. But it is largely with its negative phase that we shall have to deal with here. You know that your negative imagination, or fancy, may be aroused by outward persons or things. You hear a piece of music, and before you know it your fancy is running along painting all sorts of pictures in your mind, and inducing all sorts of feelings. A picture may affect you in the same way. A piece of poetry, or poem, may lift you out of yourself on the wings of fancy. A book may carry you along in a world of fantasy and unreality, until you forget the actual world around you. Have you not had this experience? And, more marked than any of the above-mentioned cases, is the effect of a perfect stage performance, in which the world and characters of the play take such a hold upon you as to seem reality itself, and you laugh and cry with the characters of the play. You scowl at the villain, and tremble at the danger of the heroine. You glory in the hero's success, and shed tears at the sorrows and trials of the suffering characters. And you feel these things in proportion that your negative imagination or fancy is called into activity by induction. But remember this, the actors, poet, writer, composer, or artist created his effect by the exercise of his or her positive imagination, while the effect upon you is induced in your negative imagination. The first is an act of positive creation, while the second is merely a reflection impressed upon your mind, by either the suggestion, or the mentative energy of the actor. In your consideration of the above, remember what I have said about suggestion in an earlier chapter. Suggestion is merely the presentation of the outward symbol of the inner feeling. The radical wing of the school of suggestionists pooh-pooh at the idea of mentative energy having anything to do with the phenomena which we are now considering. They claim that suggestion is sufficient to account for it all. Without going deeply into a discussion of this matter, I would ask these gentlemen, why is it that the same words, uttered in the same tone, by two different suggestors, produce widely different degrees of effect? Also, what is that peculiar personal force that we feel when certain persons suggest, that is absent in the suggestions of others? My answer is that the difference lies in the degree of feeling called into activity in the mind of the suggestor, the degree of mentative energy released by him. And I think that any careful investigator will agree with me in this, if he will open his mind to all the impressions received during his investigations, instead of tying himself to a previously conceived theory. The theories of suggestion are not contrary to those of mentative energy and induction, when properly understood. The facts of the suggestionists are undoubted, but they make the mistake of ignoring the mental states of the suggestionist. They think that their effects are produced by suggestion alone, and forget the mental state behind the suggestion, which is the real motive force. If their theories be true, why is it that two men using the same words of suggestion, upon the same subject, produce varying degrees of effect? It is because the mental states or dynamic mentation of the two men vary in quality and degree. In connection with this subject of negative imagination or fancy, I would call your attention to a class of phenomena, along the same general lines, in which certain states of imagination, or fancy, are self-induced. Nearly all races of men have discovered that there are means possible to people whereby they may produce in themselves abnormal conditions, known as the trance, dream states, transcendental condition, etc. And men, from the dim past to the present time, have seen fit to indulge in these deplorable practices. The means by which these states are obtained are various, the favorite methods being the gazing at a bright object, fixing the gaze at the root of the nose, staring at the umbilicus, staring at a drop of ink, inhaling vapors, listening to weird music, etc., etc. Much mock occultism, which is really psychism, depends upon these methods for its results, manifestation, and phenomena. The Hindu Fakirs and the Arab dervishes indulge freely in these methods, and produce results which, while highly esteemed by themselves, are viewed with disgust, horror, and repulsion by true occultists of all lands, who regard these practices as harmful, and the phenomena resulting therefrom as bogus and misleading. And much of the latter-day Western psychism is also based upon the same practices, and brings about like results. In this connection, I would say that some of the practices adopted by some of the New Thought people belong to this class. I have seen certain methods advised for going into the silence, in which the student is advised to focus his gaze on the root of his nose, etc., which is the identical method used by Braid to produce hypnotic conditions, and which is also used by the Hindu Fakirs to produce trance conditions. Is it not time that the truth regarding these things should be known? This trance phenomena, whether produced by mesmeric processes or by other means, are abnormal, unhealthy, and undesirable phases of mental condition. I cannot speak too strongly against the encouragement of, and instruction in, the development, I had almost said the development, of these abnormal states either by self-practice or by means of hypnotic or mesmeric methods. It is high time that someone should call the attention of the public to the dangers of this so-called psychism. I know positively that this kind of psychism is not the desirable thing that it is supposed to be. I know, also, that it is very far from true occult development. This kind of psychism, when compared with true occultism, is but as the baleful glare of the moon, as contrasted with the bright, warm, life-giving rays of the sun. This false occultism, which is not occultism at all, but merely a negative form of psychism, has deluded many into its folds, and has led its followers onto plains which are akin to mental quagmires and swamps, following the ignis fatuus, or will-o'-the-wisp of this pseudo-spirituality which is but a negative form of psychism. These self-induced abnormal conditions may be produced by hypnotic methods, by leading the subject into the deeper stages, which some authorities speak of as if they were highly spiritual, but which are nothing more than the miserable, abnormal, deplorable trance conditions just referred to. These conditions may be produced by hypnotic methods, simply because any mental state may be so produced, and not because of any mystic process, or knowledge, or connection. They resemble the so-called sleep conditions of hypnotism. The only difference is that the operator induces the condition by mental influence and suggestion, just as he would induce any other mental state, instead of the subject inducing it in himself. It is the same old abnormal, harmful practice, in another guise. And anything that is said against the self-induced condition is equally applicable to the operator-induced one. They are the same thing. It is all hypnosis, or auto-hypnosis. I shall not describe the conditions at further length, nor shall I give any instructions in the production of them. I consider them essentially harmful, and my object in speaking of them here is to warn off and caution people not to allow themselves to be placed in this condition by experimenters. The practice is weakening to the will, for the reason that it depends upon the tiring of the attention by straining the eyes or other organs of sense. Practitioners of mental influence in all ages have recognized this fact and have employed objects calculated to tire out the attention. Bright objects to stare at and thus tire out the sense of sight have been employed. Monotonous sounds ending in are used by the Orientals to tire out the sense of hearing by its monotonous and soothing sound. Vapors and perfumes and incense are used to overcome the sense of smell, all tending to tire out the will, and to reduce it to a passive, non-resisting stage. Then when the will has been rendered passive, or tired, the mind becomes receptive and impressionable, and, in extreme cases, becomes as wax in the hands of the operator. Let me urge upon you to avoid this abnormal psychism, put it away from you as you would a poisonous cobra, for it seeks to strike at the heart of your will, and would thus paralyze your mentality. Beware of all that tends to make you weak. Beware of the claims of soul development or spiritual unfoldment that are accompanied by these methods, for they are but psychism masquerading as occultism or spiritual development. Remember my test. Does this make me strong? Apply the touchstone, and then govern yourself accordingly. Concluding this part of the subject, I would say that if any of you are disposed to question the correctness of my above statement, then you have but to examine the types of psychics seen on all sides. Are they not all hyper-impressionable, excessively sensitive, neurotic, hysterical, passive, negative people? Do they not become as mere psychic harps, upon which the passing mental breezes play, producing weird sounds? Remember, now, I am speaking of genuine psychics, not the bogus psychics, who are out for the money, and who are a shrewd, cunning lot, far from being impressionable, and in reality using their mesmeric power to impress and influence the credulous persons coming under their influence. I am not alluding to these people, but to the poor, frail-willed, negative sensitives, who are as impressionable as the photographer's negative, and to whom also the development means but the bringing out of impression from outside. I pray you, be a human positive, not a human negative. Chapter 20. Induced Imagination in India. At this point I wish to call your attention to a feature of the subject that has received but scant attention at the hands of Western writers. I allude to the wonderful manifestations of induced imagination displayed by some of the magicians of the Orient, particularly of India and Persia. These feats are being performed today in those lands and are equal to any of the wonderful instances related of the ancient Persian or Egyptian magicians. Without going into an extended consideration of the subject in question, I will mention a few of the recorded instances of induced imagination among the Oriental people, in order to give you an idea of the degree of power possible to an adept in the practice. One writer describes an exhibition of this kind in India, witnessed by himself. The writer was a profound skeptic, who believed that it was all hanky-panky along the lines of sleight of hand or similar methods, that is, he so believed until he actually witnessed the demonstration. He goes on to relate that the magician was a native Hindu, of dignified and imposing appearance, surrounded by a number of assistants of his own race. The magician seated himself on the ground, with several jars, boxes, implements, and other paraphernalia before him. He opened the scenes by the production of a number of tiny snakes, which he lifted from one of the boxes, and placed on the ground before him, in full sight of the audience, after allowing the latter to examine the serpents and thereby satisfy themselves regarding their reality. An English naturalist present identified the snakes as belonging to a well-known native variety. The magician then began a slow, mournful, droning, monotonous song, the predominant sound of which was like the droning of a bumblebee or a distant sawmill. The snakes reared themselves up and moved their heads from side to side at the sound of the chant, the magician touching them softly with his wand from time to time. To the eyes of the audience, the snakes seemed to gradually grow from their original tiny proportions until finally they appeared as immense boa constrictors, which caused great alarm among the audience, both Englishmen and native. The magician bade the audience remain quiet and assured them that there was no danger. Then he reversed the process, and the snakes were seen to gradually decrease in size until they vanished from sight altogether. The next act was equally as wonderful. The magician placed one of his assistants in the center of a circle described on the sand, and with appropriate gestures and ceremony went through some magical incantation. The boy was then seen to spin around, faster and faster, like a large top, and then began to gradually ascend in the air, still spinning around, until he vanished from sight. Then the magician reversed the process and brought him down from the aerial heights, the boy appearing like a small speck at first, gradually growing larger as he neared the earth, until he stood before the audience, bowing and smiling. The next act was the placing of some mango seeds in the sand, building a tiny hillock around them. The magician then began his chant and waved his hands over the hillock. In a moment a tiny shoot was seen to appear, and then a little bush which gradually grew up until a mature mango tree was seen, bearing leaves. Then blossoms were seen, and the ripe fruit appeared, which was passed among the audience. Then, reversing the process, the tree disappeared gradually, and at the end the magician dug up the original seeds and showed them to his audience. And, wonderful to relate, the fruit that had been distributed among the people also disappeared. The concluding act was as startling as those preceding it. The magician produced a coil of real rope, which was passed around for examination. Then he knotted one end of it and then tossed the knot into the air. The rope rapidly uncoiled itself, and the knot was seen away up in the air, and still ascending. When the rope was completely uncoiled, and the end left dangling on the ground as if supported by some hook holding the knotted end hundreds of feet up in the air, one of the assistants approached the rope and took hold of it. At a shout from the magician he began climbing rapidly up the rope, and in a short time disappeared from view, after appearing as a tiny speck in the air. Then at another word from the magician the rope itself flew up in the air and vanished from sight. This concluded the performance. But here is a remarkable sequel. An Englishman present took a snapshot with a pocket camera, just as the boy began to climb the rope. When the negative was developed there was no trace of rope, boy, or anything else appertaining to the manifestation. Even the magician was absent from the center of the scene and was shown on the plate as sitting down on one side, with an amused smile on his face. This fact demonstrated that which similar tests have also proven, i.e., that the feats were not really performed at all, but were simply illusions produced by impressions upon the minds of the audience. In fact, they were examples of induced imagination. I shall give you another proof of this in a moment or two, after I have related a few more instances of this wonderful manifestation. Another writer, a correspondent of an American paper, relates that he was once on a steamer plying up one of the rivers in India, when, at a stopping place, there scrambled up the side as nimbly as a monkey a native Hindu, clad only in a loincloth and having a tight-rolled red bundle fastened at the back of his neck to keep it safe from the water while swimming from shore. There was nothing about the man to distinguish him from the ordinary Farkers, but he soon showed his quality. Passing along the deck he picked up a ball of thin rope which was lying there, and, unwinding an end, he knotted it and tossed the knot up in the air, where it ascended, rapidly unwinding the ball, until the whole of the rope disappeared in the air, just as in the instance previously related. Then passing a sailor who was holding in his hand a broken coconut shell containing the liquid or water of the nut, he lifted the shell from his hand and holding it high up over a ship's bucket standing nearby, he emptied the liquid until it filled the bucket, and repeated the process upon another bucket, and so on until 12 buckets had been filled from the half coconut shell. Then he picked up one of the buckets filled with the liquid and, holding it in his hand, he caused it to gradually shrink until it completely disappeared. Then a moment later he exhibited a tiny speck in his hand, which gradually grew until it was again the bucket of water filled to the brim with the liquid, which he then poured out on the deck. Witnessing the strange performance was a young mother with her babe beside her and a young nurse girl several feet away. To her horror, the mother then beheld the nurse girl rising a few feet in the air and moving rapidly toward the babe, reaching down for the infant as she glided over it, and then rising high into the air with the child clasped in her arms, until both were lost in the clouds. The mother burst into frantic cries and shrieks and gazed upward, and as she gazed she saw a fleecy cloud appear, which gradually took the shape of the nurse girl, who grew larger and larger as she descended, until she finally reached the deck again and handed the babe to the rejoiced mother. The mother, after clasping her babe close to her bosom, cried out, "How dare you take my child away?" When to her surprise the girl answered, "Why, the baby has been asleep all the time and I have not touched him." And then the Farka smiled and said, "Mem Sahib has only been dreaming strange things. It was merely an instance of induced imagination of a remarkable degree of power, produced by the mental imagery of the Farka, and his previous feats were also so performed." But this was only the beginning. The Farka then untied his red bundle, and, extracting therefrom a coconut, he exhibited it to the passengers, passing it around for inspection. Then, placing the nut on the end of a bamboo stick, and, balancing it there, he commanded it in Hindi to spout as a fountain, and immediately a great jet of water sprang from it, falling over the deck in great showers. He then caused it to stop flowing, and it obeyed, then he restarted it. This is repeated several times. Then he materialized a cobra from the air and caused it to disappear at his command, after he had terrified the passengers with it. Then he materialized several human forms in broad sunlight in full view of the passengers, and afterwards caused them to melt away gradually until they disappeared like a cloud of steam. Then taking up a collection, which was quite liberal, he jumped over the side and swam rapidly to shore. The natives among the ship's passengers smiled at the wonder of the Europeans present and laughed at the latter's talk of jugglery or magic power, informing them that it was merely an instance of Hindu telepathy, or mental influence, and that those among them who resisted the spell saw nothing except the Farka with glistening eyes showing every evidence of a powerful and concentrated exercise of his imagination. These feats are quite common in some parts of India, but they are known to be but mental illusions, for all attempts to catch the exhibition on photographic plates have failed, the plates showing nothing but the magician in a state of mental concentration. The magicians have developed the power of causing many persons at the same time to have the illusion of seeing, hearing, tasting and smelling things that have no material existence. It is induced imagination in a developed degree, but differs only in degree from the phenomena more familiar to the Western world. In this connection, I would like to add the testimony and explanation given to me personally by a greatly esteemed friend of mine, a Hindu sage traveling in this country, who in addition to his Oriental learning has received the highest English education and who is a highly educated man in both the Eastern and Western meanings of the term. This gentleman told me that when a youth he had witnessed exhibitions of the kind just related in his native land. At first he was puzzled and mystified by them, but his naturally scientific turn of mind caused him to seek for the solution. He began experimenting, and soon at least was able to classify the phenomena as pure mental illusion. He found that the crowd would gather close around the magician in order to see what was going on, although all were required to keep a certain number of yards away from the wonderworker by the latter's instructions and requirements. My friend found that if he retreated a few yards beyond the outer edge of the crowd, he could see nothing but the magician, all the magical doings disappearing. When he would join the crowd, the mystic appearances were again plainly seen. He tried the experiment in several ways, with the same result. Then he tried a riskier one and pushed nearer to the magician than was allowable, and with the same result. In short, the influence was confined to a certain area, and the mental influence was doubtless increased by the contagion of the different minds in the crowd. My friend tested the well-known mango feat and the rope disappearing feat, as related in these pages, in this way, and determined that they came well under the rule of mental illusion, instead of being an occurrence defying the established laws of nature. The testimony of this gentleman corroborated the opinion that I had already formed to that effect, which opinion agrees with that of the best authorities. In closing this chapter, one wished to point out to the students of the work an erroneous idea that has crept into some of the Western works along the lines of hypnotism, etc., and which I shall now mention and explain. The Hindu magicians, or mesmerists, frequently sit in a squatting position during their enchantments, droning a monotonous, soothing chant, as has been described, and at the same time moving the body from the waist upward, in a circling, twisting motion, from the hips, at the same time fixing their gaze firmly upon their audience. This motion and twisting is merely an accompaniment to the droning chant, akin to the motions of the Oriental dancers who twist their bodies in a similar manner in rhythm to the music. The motion is merely a custom among these people and has nothing to do with the production of the phenomena, as all Hindu occultists know and will tell you. In fact, the higher magicians among the Hindus do nothing of the sort, but maintain a dignified, calm, standing position, or the firm yogi seat, in which the body is evenly and firmly poised in a position of dignified rest, the hands resting on the lap, the back of one hand in the palm of the other. All native Hindus understand the above matter, but Western visitors jump at the conclusion that this gyrating circling of the body from the hips has something to do with the power manifested. And, as I have said, some of the Western works on the subject have gone into considerable detail regarding this wonderful Oriental magic, which they assert is accomplished because of this twisting of the body. They might just as well point out some physical trick of motion of each leading Western hypnotist and assert that the motion was the secret of his power. I do not think that further comment is necessary in this case. The motions and attitudes, etc., are merely part of the setting of the piece, or possibly bits of stage business, designed to heighten the impression of mystery. That's all. I have been informed by an authority whose word is entitled to the greatest respect, and who has spent many years in India and other Oriental countries, that the following method is used by these Oriental magicians in developing within themselves the power to induce these strong mental images in the minds of those witnessing their performances. The magician starts when a youth and practices mental imagery in his own mind. This process is akin to visualization, as mentioned by me in other chapters of this work. The magician at first uses his will in an endeavor to form a clear and distinct mental image of some familiar object, a rose, for instance. He practices until he is able to actually see the thing before him in his mind's eye. Just as certain eminent painters have acquired the faculty of visualizing the faces of persons they meet, so that they can reproduce them on canvas without further sittings. Then he experiments upon larger objects, and then upon groups of objects, and so on to more complex pictures. After years of constant experimentation and practice, a few of those undertaking the work find themselves able to picture any of the scenes described in this chapter as feats, that is, they are able to clearly picture them in their own minds. And this being accomplished, the magician is able by his highly developed concentrated will to project the mental image into the mind of those around him. It is induced imagination raised to a high degree of manifestation. The people of the West will not devote the time and attention to the cultivation of such faculties, while the Oriental will willingly give up half of his life for the attainment. But, on the other hand, the Western man will devote his time to the acquirement of willpower and concentration in the direction of becoming a ruler of men and a general of finance. each to his taste and temperament, and neither would trade places nor power with the other. They are both dealing with the same force, however, as little as they realize it. Chapter 21. The Ocean of Mind Power. You will see by reference to previous chapters that the term telementation is used by me in the sense of mentative influence at a distance, the word being derived from the Greek word tele, meaning afar off, and the word mentation, which I use in the sense of mental activity. You will also remember that the word mentation implies activity of the mind power, which I hold to be universal in its character. You will also remember that the action of telementation depends upon the production of induced mental states by mentative currents. Mentative induction, you remember, operates along the same lines as magnetic or electrical induction, that is, a mental state may be reproduced in another mind by mentative induction operating by means of mentative currents. I have explained how mental states may be induced by suggestion, as well as by mentative currents, and shall not allude to this phase at this place, but shall consider mentative induction in its phase of manifestation by means of mentative currents. This mention of technical terms may seem somewhat dry to you, but you should acquaint yourself with the intelligent use and meaning of the terms, for thereby you will be enabled to hold the ideas firmly in your mind. Terms are pegs upon which you may hang thoughts and ideas, so that you may find them when you need them. Otherwise they are scattered around in confusion. In order that you may more fully understand the wonderful phenomena of telementation, I think we would better take another look at the fundamental principle or mind power itself. By understanding the nature of the force employed, you may better understand its effect and laws of operation. You will remember that I have postulated the existence of a universal mind power, which is immanent in, and manifested in, all form of life, energy, and mind. I have also held that all personal manifestations of mind power, in ourselves and others, are but centers of power in the great ocean of universal mind power. You will remember also that I have claimed that the brain was not a creator of mind power, but rather in the nature of a converter or transformer of the universal mind power into usable forms and phases. Well, so far, we understand the matter. Now let us pass on to the consideration of the mentative currents. In the first place, the currents must be set into motion somewhere and somehow. Where and how? Let us see. We must see that the mentative currents have their origin, or rather, their initial impulse, in and from the mind of some individual. How? In and from his brain, of course. Why? Because the brain is the transformer or converter of the mind power into usable shapes and phases. What is the nature of the brain's action? Science, as well as the occult teachings, inform us that in all brain processes there is a burning up of brain substance and nervous matter, just as there is a corresponding burning up of the elements in an electric battery. The process is very similar in both cases. Both brain and battery convert or transform an energy already existing in an universal form, which energy cannot be created, added to, nor taken away from. And both use up material in the process. And both generate currents of force which are capable of affecting changes in other substances, etc. Science shows us that there is a production or generation of heat in the manifestation of mind power in the brain. The temperature of the brain rises when it is employed in active thought work, or other forms of mental activity, or excitement. And even the temperature of a tiny nerve increases when it is used. This fact has been fully demonstrated by science. What causes the brain to manifest this energy? Mental states. What is a mental state? You know what mental means, and state means a condition. So a mental state is a mental condition. Then upon what do mental states, or conditions, depend, and why do they vary? Upon the degrees of vibration of excitement of the mental apparatus. Mental apparatus. Must a thing have a mental apparatus, before it can manifest mental states, original or induced? Yes. But remember this, everything has its mental apparatus, even down to the atom, and the particles that compose atoms. Everything feels and responds to feeling, even among the most material forms. Science states this emphatically, and everything that feels and responds must manifest desire and will, if only in an elementary way, and must have mental apparatus in order to do this. There is mind, and the machinery of mind, in every atom, and all that is evolved therefrom. This is not my personal statement alone, but is the last word of modern science, as voiced by her most advanced advocates. Vibration of excitement, I have said. What is a vibration? It is a state of intense, rapid movement of a particle. Science informs us that everything is in vibration, always, and that the differing nature of things depends upon their respective rate of vibrations. And what is excitement, as I use the term? It means aroused activity. So, then, there is to be found a condition of aroused vibrational activity underlying all mental states. And this aroused vibrational activity communicates motion to the mentative currents, and starts them toward others in whom they induce similar mental states. That is the story in full. Then if we have a mental state of aroused vibrational activity of an individual, how is it passed on to other individuals without direct contact? By mentative currents or waves. What are mentative currents or waves, and how do they operate? Now we are right up to the question with a full understanding of what it means. Then let us answer it in the light of modern science. There is a great misapprehension in the minds of the majority of people about currents and waves of light, magnetism, electricity, heat, etc. They are aware that waves of heat and light, for instance, travel over millions and millions of miles from the sun to the earth, and are then felt here, although originating there millions of miles away. They know this fully, but they seem to think that the heat and light are substances that actually travel in waves over the distance. But this is not the teaching of science, which, on the contrary, holds that light and heat do not so travel, but that the original heat and light vibrations set up waves in the ether. The ether is a supposititious fine form of matter, filling all space, even between the atoms, as well as between the worlds. Nobody knows anything actually about the ether, but science has been forced to postulate its existence, in order to account for certain phenomena. Science holds that these waves in the ether, once set into motion, travel on until they come in contact with matter capable of taking up their vibrations. When this kind of matter is found, it takes up the ethereal vibrations, and reproduces them in the shape of heat and light. In other words, the original light and heat of the sun does not travel to the earth to be then experienced by the latter, but, on the contrary, the original solar heat and light set up the waves in the ether, which travel along until the earth is reached. When meeting with the proper material, they are reproduced or transformed into heat and light vibrations similar to those of the original impulse, and we of the earth feel the heat and see the light. Electricity and magnetism are reproduced in the same way. It is just like the sound vibrations setting up electrical vibration in the telephone, which travel along and then are retransformed into sound vibrations again at the other end of the line. When you think of this, please remember that the receiving end vibrations are induced. There is something else just as much generally misunderstood. People think that these waves actually travel, just as they think that waves in water travel, when we drop a stone in the pond. But they are mistaken in both instances. The force of the motion of the stone produces the elevation of the water, that you call a wave. Then the motion is passed on and another wave is formed. Then another, and another, until you have a series of waves that apparently travel toward the shore. But the waves don't travel. They merely communicate their motion to the particles of the water next to them, and a continuous moving effort is exhibited. The real motion of a wave is up and down only. Place a cork in the water and then create waves, and you will see that while the wave motion travels outward, the cork merely bobs up and down and does not move with the waves. Here is how science illustrates the motion. It bids you take a rope and tie one end of it to a post or wall, etc. The loose end being retained in your hand. Now slacken the rope a little and begin to agitate it up and down. You will then see a wave motion generated, a series of waves passing over the rope from your hand to the post or wall. And yet you know that the rope itself has not traveled, but has merely moved up and down. It is not a matter of travel, but of communicated and induced motion. All waves are alike in this respect: light waves, heat waves, electrical waves, magnetic waves, and mind waves. All communicate vibrations, which move on in a wave motion. But these heat and light waves are waves in the ether, which ether is a material thing. Do I hold that mind power waves are the same? Not exactly. I hold that mind power is higher even than the finest ethereal substance, and that it pervades the latter. And I hold that we are all centers in a great ocean of mind power. And, therefore, I claim that the mentative currents and waves are really currents and waves in that great ocean of mind power. And the vibrational activity set up in your mind, my mind, or the minds of thousands, pass on their vibrations to the great ocean of mind power, and produce waves or currents of energy, which travel on until they reach the mental apparatus of other individuals, in which they tend to reproduce the original vibrations or mental states by induction, remember. In other words, I hold that these waves and currents are like the ocean's waves and currents, not only of the ocean, but also in it. My idea of the mentative currents or waves are that they are not only manifestations of the universal mind power, but also that they travel in the ocean of that universal principle. And that great mentative ocean is full of currents, and waves, and eddies, and swirls, and whirlpools, and gulf streams, and other forms of activity. Picture to yourself a great ocean of mind power. If you are unable to grasp the idea, then do the next best thing, and think of this mental ocean as a great sea of energy. Or if you prefer, think of it as the great universal ether filling all space. At any rate, the picture must show this mind power filling all space, even in between the atoms and even in the atoms themselves. Perhaps you had better commence by forming the picture of all space as being empty of all forms and shapes, and containing nothing but this pure mind power. An ocean of mind power must be thought of as an energy or force, capable of setting into operation all kinds of manifestations when started. Then think of a tiny center of power being formed in this great mind power ocean, a little whirlpool, so tiny that the strongest microscopes can scarcely distinguish it. Then see countless numbers of similar whirlpools being formed in this ocean. These little whirlpools we will call centers of power. They combine and shapes begin to appear. Atoms of matter appear, being composed of combination of these tiny centers, which thus become larger and greater centers. Then come combinations of these atoms and the various forms of matter result, for all substances, you know, are composed of atoms, in various combinations, all the atoms, seemingly being composed of little particles called electrons, which seem to be like tiny units of force, but which are attracted and repelled by each other, and seem to have their likes and dislikes, thus showing the elements of mind within them. And then these shapes and forms of matter become more and more complex, and the centers of power more potent. And the forms of living things begin to appear, mounting from the lowly microscopic cell onto combinations of cells, in plant life, then animal life, and then human life. And each form, as it mounts higher, displays more and more mind power. Until at last we see man with his wonderful mind, as a great center of power. But, remember this always, that all these shapes and forms, and cells, and plants, and animals and men, have as their inner essential substance this same mind power principle, of which the ocean itself is composed. They are centers of power in this mind power ocean, but are composed of the same substance as the ocean itself. You may think of them as vibratory whirlpools of mind power if you like, and you will not be very far out of the way if you do. All things are centers of activity and energy, in the great universal ocean of mind power. These centers of power are of varying degrees of activity. We will call the strong ones positive, and the weak ones negative. So according to their varying degrees of power and vibration, each center is positive to some others, and negative to others still. Each has its degree of positivity. Now think of these centers as human minds, and you will be able to fill out your picture in detail. Then picture each one of these centers manifesting vibrational activity, and thus converting and transforming the mentative energy from the ocean of mind power. And then see them sending out waves and currents of mentative energy, which induce similar vibrations or mental states in other centers. Then see some of the strong, positive centers setting up great rotating currents, resembling whirlpools in the body of the mind power ocean, which extend further and further out from the center, and affect other centers far away from it. If you will examine your picture more closely, you will see that these rotary currents are continually drawing to the centers the things, and persons, and ideas that they are attracting by reason of their particular rate of vibration, while things of different vibrations seem to be comparatively unaffected by the currents. This and other things you may see in your picture as it grows clearer to you. And, in addition to these currents, you see great waves traveling out in certain directions, towards certain objects to which they have been directed. In short, you see all the phenomena of the ocean of water reproduced in this ocean of mind power. You see the picture of the circulation of mind power. You see the forming and growing and evolution of centers of activity and mentative energy. And when you come to look a little closer at your picture, you will see that each one of these centers of energy seems to have two poles of activity, one of which acts in the direction of impelling, driving, pushing, forcing, urging, directing, etc., the action being always outward, and the other acting in the direction of drawing, pulling, attracting, coaxing, alluring, charming, leading, etc., the action always being inward. One seems to be a masculine force, the other a feminine force. One seems to act as willpower, the other as desire force. These two poles of mind power possessed by each center are called the motive pole and the emotive pole, respectively. I have described their characteristics several times as we have proceeded in these lessons. But, once more, let me call your attention to the meaning of the terms applied to them. Motive means, of course, that which moves, that which incites to action. Emotive means that which moves or excites the feelings. You will remember that excitement means aroused activity. So then, emotive means that which arouses the feelings into activity. And the emotive side of the mind always has to do with feelings, and the motive with willing. And the best results always arise from a combination of both feeling and willing, desiring and acting. As in all other things, a combination of the masculine and feminine qualities and characteristics produces the best results. Each has its strong and weak points, but together they are irresistible along all lines or work, physical, mental and spiritual. And now the broad outlines of our mental picture have been drawn, and the general details filled in. But our picture is more than this. It is a moving picture in vivid action and spirited motion. It will show us the varied phenomena of telementation in a series of moving, acting, realistic, thrilling scenes. And yet all will occur on and in the picture itself, without going outside of it for material. The mental picture contains the material for an infinite variety of action and combination. It is a world within itself. And now, I will set the machinery into operation and show you your mental picture of this mind power ocean and its centers of energy in full motion and activity. Kindly give me your full attention while I describe the moving scenes to you. Chapter 22. A glimpse of the occult world. In the preceding chapter, I have asked you to form a mental picture of the ocean of mind power. Let us now proceed to examine this picture in detail. Let us observe the activities and manifestations that present themselves. In considering this magic mental picture, I must imagine that you are a highly developed occultist and that consequently you are able to see on what occultists call the second plane. Without going into the subject in detail here, for it forms no part of this present work, I will say that occultists recognize 7 planes of life, all of which have their own laws and phenomena. The first plane is our ordinary material plane, the phenomena of which may be observed by all having their physical senses. This first plane is the plane of matter, and all of its phenomena is that of matter. All that can be seen on that plane is the movement or presence of matter. Even when we say that we see the manifestation of some force on this plane, we really mean that we see that force as it produces a movement or change in matter. We do not see the force at all. All that we see is the matter moved by the force. The second plane is the plane of forces, on which operate energy or force in all of its forms. Occultists who have reached the second degree of unfoldment are able to sense the phenomena on this second plane, that is, they are able to witness the phenomena of the forces on their own plane and independent of the presence of matter. To illustrate this, I would say that on the first plane, the plane of the majority of the race, the phenomena attaching to electricity can be sensed only through the agency of the matter in which the electricity operates. You can see material objects moved by electricity, but you cannot see the electricity itself. The same is true of magnetism. You may see the needle drawn to the magnet, but you cannot see the current of magnetic vibrations themselves. You cannot see the vibratory light waves, but you can see the manifestation of light when these waves strike upon a material object. But, on the second plane, those who have attained the second degree report that the vibratory waves of electricity, magnetism, light, heat, etc., are capable of being sensed by them without the presence of the material vehicle. They report that they are able to see the vibrations themselves. For instance, they can see the waves of electricity or magnetism as they pass through the ether and before they reach the material objects, which they affect in a way visible to the ordinary eye. They report that even the vibratory waves of the X-ray are visible to them, without the agency of the fluorescent screen used by scientific men before the X-rays become apparent to them. You know, of course, that these X-rays, and in fact also the higher rays of ordinary light, are invisible to the human eye, although capable of being recorded by instruments, photographic plates, etc. And these second-plane people report that the vibrations of the mind power waves, or currents, are plainly perceptible to them. But remember, they do not see mind itself, they see merely the waves of energy emanating from mind. The remaining 5 planes, that is the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh planes, respectively, are subjects that belong to the higher degrees of occultism, and form no part of the subject of this book. I merely mention them so that advanced students may recognize that I am aware of their existence and importance, and am not misled by any erroneous belief in there being only 2 planes. These chapters belong to the second plane teachings, and do not deal with the third plane or those still higher. They deal with the energy phase of mind, that is mind in its aspect of mind power. Someday I may write of the higher planes, but not now. So, to return to our mind power picture, I will assume that you are able to sense the second plane phenomena, and thus actually see the passage and existence of the mentative waves and currents. By giving you the teachings in this way, I will be able to picture the phenomena much clearer than if I held to the first plane method. I want to show you the forces themselves, as well as their effect upon material forms. The first thing that you will see in our mind power picture is the presence of great clouds of vapory substance, somewhat resembling the fleecy clouds of a summer day, although some of the clouds are much heavier and darker looking. And you will note the presence of color in these clouds, some of them being a dull gray, and others being tinted like the clouds at sunset or sunrise. It is a beautiful sight, this ever-changing mass of colored clouds of all kinds, shapes, forms, and degrees of density. Let us consider just what these various colors mean, for each has its own meaning, the color being dependent upon the degree of vibration and the degree of vibration depending upon the feeling which started the waves into motion. I had not intended to mention this in these chapters, but I now see that I cannot omit it without causing a loss to my students. When one gets talking about second plane phenomena, it is hard to refrain from telling the story through to the finish. Let me give you the emotional colors, that you may recognize them as you see them in the picture. Here they are. Blue is the vibrational color pertaining to spiritual feeling, and represents the various religious feelings and emotions, the shade growing lighter as the religious concept rises toward true spirituality. Light blue represents a high, unselfish, spiritual feeling, a beautiful violet representing the highest religious feeling, and a peculiar shade which may be called ultraviolet, representing a spiritual unfoldment of a very high order. Yellow is the vibrational color pertaining to the feelings and emotions associated with intellectual power, the shade growing clearer as the intellect mounts to higher conceptions. A dull, dark yellow is the color of the ordinary intellectual state, while the brilliant intellect shows itself in a beautiful golden hue. There is a shade still higher than this, although most rare among the race. I allude to that shade of true primary yellow, which belongs to those who have attained a high degree of true occult unfoldment, the spiritually illumined. The highest occult teachings inform us that the vibrational shade belonging to spirit, or the essence of being, is a pure white light, of an unusual brilliancy. Orange, which is a combination of yellow and red, pertains to those possessing the pride of intellectuality, or intellectual ambition, of a marked degree. Brown is the vibrational color of avarice and greed. Red is the vibrational color of passion, in all of its phases. Dull, deep red betokens the animal passions, and sensuality. A dark bright red betokens anger and hate. When mingled with black, it is anger or hate arising from malice, or envy. When mingled with green, it relates to anger from jealousy or envy. When shown without the mingling color, it denotes fight for some supposed right, or ordinary cause. When this color is seen in the shade of crimson, it betokens a higher form of love, the shade becoming lighter and clearer as the degree of the feeling advances in the scale of character. A gross, selfish love shows as a dull crimson, while a higher form of love displays a clearer shade, terminating in a shade approaching a soft rose color when the character of the attachment is on a high plane. Green is a peculiar vibrational color, and betokens a number of odd phases of feeling and emotion. A peculiar dull dirty green betokens jealousy or envy. A grayish green indicates deceit, which shade becomes clearer and brighter as the quality of the deceit rises in the scale. A bright clear shade of green is seen when there is a manifestation of tact, diplomacy, politeness, adaptability, etc., etc. Gray is a negative vibrational color, which in its dark shades indicates gloom, depression, or melancholy, etc., and in a bright clear shade indicates selfishness, and in a certain pallid shade indicates fear or terror. Black is the vibrational color of hate, malice, revenge, and similar states of feeling. These vibrational emotional colors, of course, combine and blend into each other in countless combinations, but the above will give you a key to the same. The vibrational colors of the two mental poles can scarcely be called colors at all, for their colors and shades are derived from the character of the feeling inspiring them, which gives to them the degree of vibration and color indicating the motive or emotive impulse. But there may be seen a difference even in these two, that is, the emotive pole, in its currents of desire force, shows a scintillating effect, as if there were a multitude of minute sparks, or stars in the current, and the motive pole, in its currents of willpower, shows in effect something like a multitude of tiny and minute lightning flashes, playing in the stream or current. In addition to the shades mentioned above, there is another that should be mentioned while we are considering the subject. I allude to what might be called the vitality vibrations, which radiate from the living body, and which are caused by the vital force which permeates the body during life, and makes possible the running of the physical machinery. Some prefer to call it nerve force. These vibrations show no special color, although when near, or in the body, they manifest a faint reddish tint. But when seen away from the body, they show a lack of color, like clear water, and resemble the heated air rising from a stove, lamp, or heated ground. That is to say, they look like a colorless, vibrating body of air. The degree and strength of these vibrations depend upon the state of physical health of the person manifesting them. Now, as we gaze upon our mind power picture, and see moving thereon the shapes and forms of human beings, we may see that each being is surrounded with an aura or egg-shaped atmosphere of these emotional vibrations, radiations emanated from his mental states. This aura extends out from the body for a distance of about 1 yard, and gradually fades away as the distance from the body is increased. And the aura of each person is seen to be colored according to the vibrations belonging to his prevailing mental states. Each mental state shows itself in its appropriate shade, in the proper combinations, blendings, etc., and therefore, the trained occultist is able to read a person's character like an open book, from these emotional colors. And even though one may not be manifesting any special mental state at the moment, his aura will still be colored because of his prevailing mental state, his character, as it were. And of course, these vibrations composing the aura of a person will affect those coming in contact with, or near him, or her. That is the reason why we feel the personal atmosphere of people when we come near them. Even beyond the visible aura, the vibrations continue in a fainter degree. And so, on our picture we can tell just what kind of people are passing before us. Their mental states are revealed by the emotional colors. And now we shall see how people affect others. We see one man approach another. The degree of dynamic positivity of the first man is superior to that of the second, and we see, as we watch, that the coloring of his aura gradually interpenetrates that of the weaker man, and the coloring of the latter's aura gradually grows to more closely resemble that of the first man. We may watch the process, and thus become aware that the following things are happening, viz., the mental states of the first man are inducing similar feelings and emotions in the second man, by means of the currents of mentative energy that are flowing toward him. The first man is making no effort to impress the second man, but being the more positive, his magnetism affects that of the other man and induces similar states. The second man takes on the states of the first man, as we may see by the change in coloring. This is the way that people unconsciously affect other people, and the latter are unconsciously affected. Simply a case of unconscious mentative induction, you see. The second man moves on, feeling more depressed, or elated, as the case may be, by reason of his contact with the first man, and also carrying away with him a little of the other man's general feelings and character. This second man, a little later on, meets another man, and we may see how this new man affects the second man by the suggestion of his manner and words. He does not seem to be sending out such strong currents as the man first spoken of, but his outward symbols of voice, words, manner, etc., are well acted out, and we soon see our second man having mental states induced in him by suggestion. You have now seen two stages or phases of mentative induction. Our positive man has gone on his way, and soon he spies another man whom he wishes to influence in certain matters. Watch him now, and you will see something interesting. The positive man's aura seems to be disturbed, and great tongues of color seem to leap from it, and lap around the other man, the whole process resembling the action of tongues of flame or fire. These tongues of mind power wrap themselves all around one other man, and some seem to scintillate as they manifest the action of fairly pulling him toward the positive man, while others seem to be beating upon him like a rain of tiny flashes of lightning. The one is the play of desire force, and the other the action of willpower. This gives us a good illustration of personal influence in an interview, or a phase of personal magnetism. As the action grows more spirited, you may see the willpower of the positive man darting out in straight, sharp flashes, like great sparks from an electric battery, and you may see the process by which he beats down and neutralizes the willpower of the weaker man, until he seems to exhaust it and take it captive, and the man acquiesces in the statements and demands of the stronger-willed man. This process is hastened by the fact that the desire force of the weaker man has become so impressed by the stronger will that it becomes dazed, or fascinated, the effect being strongly increased by the desire force of the stronger man by setting up mentative induction, a corresponding vibration in the desire pole of the weaker man. And a fourth element in the attack is that the strong desire force of the strong man also tends to pull the will of the weaker one toward it and away from its natural mate, its own desire pole. This is a case of a combined, determined attack. It is true that the positive man may not know a single fact regarding mind power, but he has learned the process of affecting and influencing others, and bending them to his will and desire, although he is ignorant of the scientific explanation of the process. Every positive dynamic individual understands this, instinctively, and his knowledge increases as practice gives him more confidence in himself. These people pass from the scene, and we may see in their place men and women charming, alluring, and drawing others by reason of their desire force operating along the lines of so-called love, but which is but little more than selfish animal passion, in some cases grosser than that manifested by the animals, because it is abnormal in its manifestations, and inordinate in its demands. We see much of this in our picture, but we notice here and there that some people seem able to repel these attractions easily, and are not affected by the currents of desire. Their general mental state is so different that great resistance is interposed, and the attacking current is deflected and defeated, even without the use of a great effort of the will. You see many instances of this in all forms of mentative influence. Like attracts like in this mentative work, and those who are attracted are generally those whose mental states correspond to a great extent with those of the person affecting them. There are, of course, exceptions to this rule, owing to ignorance and lack of experience, coupled with confidence and trust, but the rule is true in general. Passing before you in the picture, you see preachers influencing their congregations. You see the great currents of mentative energy rolling over the hall, or church. The congregations being in a receptive and passive attitude, with wills relaxed, they actually draw out the force of the preacher. You may judge just what grade of religious feeling the preacher is pouring out, by examining the shade of his blue emotional color. You will be apt to see a better shade among the poorer churches and denominations, and a very repulsive dark purplish blue among the fashionable churches, as a rule. You will notice also the waves and currents arising from the congregation, which establishes the atmosphere of the church, and which will be immediately felt by a stranger entering its doors. You will see similar things at the theaters, and political meetings, and all gatherings of people, the color always giving you the key to the character of the meeting, and the people attending it. Next you see the hypnotist and his subject in a public hall. You will notice that the hypnotist's emotional color is not attractive. You will notice the neutral gray color of the aura of the subject, who seems to have squeezed every bit of his own mental states out of him. He is a professional subject, and is a slave of the professor. You will see the hypnotist's magnetism pouring into the subject, and filling his mind completely. You will see how the will of the hypnotist supplants the will of the subject, and dominates him absolutely. You will notice that both the desire pole and the will pole of the subject seem to show no energy of their own, but are moved entirely by the personality and mind of the operator. This is an extreme case, of course, but it better illustrates the phenomenon. And, by its effect upon the audience, you may determine just how far advanced mentally they are, the color giving you the cue. Of course, mental suggestion is playing its part in all of these cases, but we cannot see that because it is not a current or wave, but is merely the operation of outward symbols in the direction of inducing mental states in others. We may see the induced mental states, but can learn the nature of the suggestion only by watching and listening at what is said and done. I am mentioning only a few of the many cases that you are witnessing in the picture, but these few cases will illustrate the different phases of the principle and operation of the force. But all of these cases have given you merely an illustration of telementation at short range. Now let us proceed to examine the instances of the operation of the same force at long range, in all of its many and wonderful phases. Before doing so, however, let us take a quick look at the mental atmospheres of the towns, cities, and villages, as well as of the buildings, localities, etc., passing before us on the picture. This is most interesting and instructive. In the first place, you will notice the great clouds of mentative energy permeating every place, and every corner, each showing its own shade of vibrational color, indicating the vibrations arising from the prevalence of certain mental states. I have spoken of the causes of this in a previous chapter, and shall not repeat the details here. You will remember that I have explained to you how the various currents of mentative energy, of all kinds and degrees, come in contact with each other, and often blend, combine, or else act in the direction of neutralizing each other's force. Currents of a similar degree of vibration harmonize, and form combinations, or blendings. Opposing vibrations in currents tend to antagonize each other, and neutralize each other's force. In this way are the mental atmospheres of places formed. You may see them in the picture. But, you may ask, why do these clouds persist after the person has sent them forth? The answer is that force once set into motion persists for a greater or lesser time, depending upon the intensity of the original impulse. Just as the light of a star, or rather, its light waves, exist and move on centuries after the star has ceased to be, just as the heat vibrations continue in a room, when the producing cause has been removed, just as odors remain when the cause moves away, so do the mentative vibrations, and their corresponding thought forms, continue long after the original feeling has passed away, yes, for years afterwards, in some cases. In this way places, houses, stores, etc., maintain atmospheres imparted by the vibrations of people long since moved away, or passed away. Stores are unlucky because of the negative mental states of some people who have occupied them. Houses are haunted by reason of the vibrations arising from intense desire or feelings, or horror and fear of someone participating in a crime, either as criminal or victim. The atmospheres of prisons are quite noticeable even to the ordinary visitor, who feels the vibrations with which the place is saturated. The atmosphere of places of low pleasures is equally noticeable. I know of a place of this kind in which the vibrations continued for years after the original tenants had departed and the building had been used for business purposes. Hospitals have a very depressing influence upon the majority of people. Of course, these negative effects can be removed by mentally treating the place or room, and sending forth streams of mentative energy of a positive stimulating character. On the other hand, the presence of an active, energetic, successful man, or set of men, in a place, will permeate the place with positive vibrations that will stimulate all who abide there. I have in mind a certain large office building in a large city, which is filled with these vibrations, originally arising from a few leading men who built and occupied it, and then attracted to themselves others of the same kind, the result being that the combined influence now renders the place an inspiration for those having offices in it. I have heard people say that after moving in that building their business doubled itself, and their energy increased in the same proportion. There is a law underlying these things, and if people understood it they would take advantage of its positive sides, and avoid its negative phases. I think that I have given you a good strong hint in this direction. These great clouds of vapory manifested mind power often constitute what are called thought forms, which I shall proceed to describe to you. Follow my explanations of these things as they appear on the picture, please. These thought forms are really feeling forms, remember, although I use the more familiar term. These thought forms, although all generated or created in the same manner, differ very materially in their characteristics and details. Let us consider some of these details and characteristics and appearances. By appearances, I mean of course, their appearance to those who can sense on the second plane. But whether one can so sense, or not, the effect of these thought forms manifest upon them just the same. It is not necessary to see a thing in order to feel its influence. But, you understand this, of course, from what has been said already. The most common form is that of a series of undulating waves, or ripples of a vapory cloud-like substance, passing out from the mind of the person experiencing the mental state originating them, the waves manifesting a ring-like form, moving out in every direction from the common center, just as do the rings caused by a stone having been dropped into a pond. The distance traveled, and the rate of speed manifested, depends upon the intensity of the emotional impulse. The speed diminishes according to the distance traveled, but long after the actual motion seems to have ceased, there exists an almost imperceptible motion that causes the outer wave to drift on, in a lazy, listless manner. Another variety of thought forms manifest like a volume of smoke being blown from the lips of a cigar smoker. Such forms pour out in long streams, then spread out and broaden, although maintaining the direction originally imparted to them. This form arises when the mental state arises directly in connection with some other person or thing, and when the attention of the mentator is centered, consciously or unconsciously, upon that person or thing. In this case, the motion of the thought form is in the direction of the person or thing being directly considered by the mentator. Akin to this form is a series of forms resembling a puffing forth of smoke from a huge smokestack, great puffs of mentative thought forms being sent out in a certain direction, as the jerky repeated mentative impulses are originated and manifested in the mind of the mentator. Other kinds of thought forms pour forth steadily, but lazily, in the direction of the object thought of. Others, still, are ejected in all directions from the mentator, like the steam escaping from the lid of a tea kettle which is being lifted by the force of the steam within. Still another form appears like a streak of light flashing from a mirror held in the sun. Certain particular forms of willpower manifest as vivid lightning flashes. Other forms travel and seem to enfold the object thought of, and which being impelled by the strong desire of the mentator act as if they were trying to draw back to him the objects desired. In fact, that is exactly the nature of the action of this class of thought forms, the effect produced depending, of course, upon the positiveness of the mentator, and the strength of the desire. The effect of course also is materially influenced by the degree of positiveness of the person affected, and other attractions which prevent the yielding to the pull of desire force. In the case of a strong desire on the part of the mentator, provided that the ruling passion is being manifested day after day, there appears a combination of thought forms which resembles a huge octopus of dense structure, with enormous vapory tentacles or arms reaching out in all directions seeking the thing desired, and endeavoring to draw it back to its center. In the case of a high aspiration, backed by a strong and active will, this combination will appear tinted with a color and shade of vibrational color corresponding with the character of the mental state, while, in the case of a low character of desire, the darker colors will likewise manifest themselves. Still another kind of thought form acts as if it were trying to push back the object in some particular direction, while others seem to hold back the object. In both of these cases, the action and direction of the thought form depends upon the nature and character of the desire or will of the mentator at the time of the conception of the mentative current. A most peculiar kind of thought form appears when the mentator is desirous of obtaining information regarding some certain subject, and is earnestly sending his desire force in all directions in order to draw it to him, the mentator generally being unconscious or at least in ignorance of the nature of the actual process. In this case, the thought form maintains a thin connection with the mind of the mentator, and darting here and there it attracts to itself the thought forms emanating from the minds of others, which may happen to contain the desired vibrations. It even reaches out to the presence of other mentators, and absorbs the mentative vibrations emanating from them, and literally steals their ideas, if they have not properly guarded the same by their will. In this connection, I may call to your attention the well-known fact that persons thinking along the same lines, although in different parts of the world, are often brought in close rapport with each other in this way, as many people know by their own experience. In this case, the thought forms seem to act as a sort of mentative wire, conveying the vibrations from one mind to another. Very much akin to this last-mentioned kind of thought form, is another which occurs in instances of direct telemental communication between persons. In this case, the thought form proceeds in a long straight line, from the one mind to the other, and then acts as a direct wire conveying the mentative currents, or vibrations, from one to the other. There is another variety of thought form that spreads out in gradually widening sweeps, the thought form having a rotary motion. The sweeps are in a constantly widening circle, and reach out further and further each day, according to the impulse imparted to them by the mentator. But the most peculiar feature of this thought form is a strange movement towards its own center, by which it sucks in all that it attracts to its vortex. This phase is manifested by men of strong positivity whose enterprise and schemes are spread over large areas, and who set themselves up as centers of these mentative whirlpools, and draw to themselves all that come within the sweep of their influence. They make things come their way, in fact. I have described but a few of the manifold appearances and varieties of the thought forms that you see before you in the picture. But we shall consider a few more in detail as we proceed with the subject. In thinking of these thought forms, always picture them as having shape and form, like any material substance, for by so doing you will better realize the nature of their workings. Some thought forms indeed are not only things, but become so infused by the intense desire and will of the mentator that they become almost like living forces. Such thought forms carry the characteristics of the mentator to such an extent, are infused with his nature to such a degree, that when they are felt they seem almost like the actual presence of the mentator himself, that is, as if he were present urging his claims or statements in person. Such cases are of course rare, so far as conscious production is concerned. They may be good or bad. A strong desire on the part of a dying person has often caused an actual appearance by a loved one or friend, although the soul had not left the body. And in cases of dire distress or need, people often so draw upon those who care for them that the latter will send to them a powerful thought form of help, advice and assistance. Trained occultists can do this voluntarily and consciously, but very few others have reached this stage. Chapter 23. Self-Protection. And now let us return to the consideration of the various forms of the practical operation of telementation. You will of course realize that even in the case of mentative influence in personal interviews there is a passage of mentative currents and a manifestation of telementation. The distance between the two minds is slight, but the principle in operation is precisely the same as when the distance is hundreds of miles, and the process is identical. And you will remember that when I speak of desire force and will power, I am speaking of the force of the respective two poles of mind power, both of these forms being but phases of the same energy or force. So do not imagine that there are three distinct forces, there is but one force, and that is mind power, of which will power and desire force, respectively, are but manifestations, the difference depending upon the two respective poles of force, the motive and emotive, respectively. I trust that you will remember this. I will divide the manifestations of telementation into two general classes, viz. 1. Direct telementation, that is, that use of the force with the direct purpose of influencing a certain person or persons. 2. Indirect telementation, that is the use of the force with only a general purpose of effecting the desired result, without special direction toward any particular person or persons. We will now consider these two classes of telementation, in their different phases. First, in considering the subject of direct telementation, we see the cases in which personal influence is exerted in personal interviews, and under circumstances in which the mentator and the other person or persons are in close contact, that is, within each other's sight. Under this subclass falls the phenomenon of fascination, personal magnetism, personal influence, persuasion, charming, inducing, etc., etc., in all of their many and varied phases. We have seen these several manifestations as we have proceeded in these chapters, and we need not stop to further consider them at length in this place. You understand that the effect is caused by the outpouring of the mind power, in the forms of will power and desire force, to the end that similar mental states are induced in the minds of others and the desire or will of the mentator is satisfied, to a greater or lesser degree, or completeness according to the circumstances of the case. The second subclass includes those instances of telementation at a long range, which produces the phenomena of mental influencing, will projection, and other forms of influencing, under many names and disguises, including, of course, the employment of the force for the benefit and advantage of the person treated or influenced, as well as the repulsive and deplorable uses alluded to as having been practiced by all peoples in all times, for the purpose of injury to others and selfish profit. An advantage to the users. This includes what is known as white magic, or use of the force in an unselfish and justifiable way, and with worthy ends in view, and black magic, or the use of the same force for unworthy ends, and in selfish and unjustifiable ways. But, as I have said in the early part of these lessons, this force is like any other great natural force, and is capable of being used for good or for evil, according to the moral state of the user. It is true that the black magician is always entangled in his own web, sooner or later, and falls a victim to the forces he has aroused, but that does not alter the statement that I have made. In this form of telementation, the mentator usually concentrates upon the person or thing that he wishes to affect, and then consciously, and by the use of his will, he sends to that person or thing a current or currents of desire force or willpower, or both. It is known to occultists that the degree of effect so produced depends largely upon the degree of concentration employed by the mentator. The degree of concentration depends upon the will, and is manifested in the form of attention. The usual plan is to use the concentrated will to form a clear mental image of the person or thing to be affected, and then to proceed as if one were in the actual presence of the person. The clearer the image, the greater the degree of concentrated will employed, and consequently the greater the degree of the projecting power of the current. Underlying all the phenomena of adverse treatments, witchcraft, etc., etc., is the same form of telementation. But, here, I wish to say an important word, and that is that the generally claimed effect of these forms of adverse influence is greatly exaggerated, and all real occultists know that the principal reason of the unquestioned effect of this power lies in the mental state of belief, faith, and fear of the persons affected. That is, if one believes or fears that another has the power of adversely influencing or affecting him, then the effect will depend largely upon that degree of faith or fear. The persons who are affected by adverse treatments or witchcraft or similar forms of adverse influence invariably believe and fear that these influences are effective against them. By their mental states they render themselves negative and receptive to the influences directed against them. This is an occult truth, and one that should be made widely known. It is the antidote to the bane of adverse treatments of which we hear so much in modern times, as well as in ancient history, under various names. If people would only assert their individual power as centers of power, they would surround themselves with such a positive protective aura that the waves of adverse vibrations would beat against them without ever reaching within their mental structure. We hear of many cases of people being treated in this way, in these latter days of pseudo-occultism. We hear of treaters making denials regarding people, and thus sending them adverse telementation. These people will assert, and work themselves up, into a corresponding feeling of I deny that so-and-so is well, or prosperous, etc., etc., some even going so far as to deny that the other person is. You may imagine the effect of currents of this feeling reaching a mind rendered negative by belief and fear that the other person can so affect them. The suggestion of the fear, or belief, and that is just what it is, suggestion, renders the mind of such a person a fit receptive agent for the adverse treatment. I tell you, if you will but assert your individuality, and assume the fearless attitude, you will be able to laugh in the faces of these adverse practitioners of black magic, for that is just what it is, no matter how much they may try to disguise it by pious names. These modern adverse treatments are nothing less than forms of the old witchcraft which so worried our great-grandfathers, nothing more than the voodoo practices, or conjure business that so affrights the poor Negro today. The principles are the same, the practice is the same, and the practitioners are the same at heart, black-hearted black magicians, all of them, and subject to the same inevitable fate which overtakes all such people, no matter how high their pretenses. The physical and material agencies used by the voodoo men, and the witches of old, the wax images, and pith balls, and all the rest of the tomfoolery, were nothing but the agencies upon which the will of the practitioner could concentrate and aid to concentrated will. Of course, besides, they served to terrify their victims by suggestion. I do not deny that material objects take up and absorb the magnetism of the people, good and bad, for that is a well-established occult truth, and the efficacy of charms, sacred relics, etc., etc., depends upon this fact, together with the aid of suggestion. But I do say that all the charms in the world, all the witchcraft and voodoo material agencies, can produce no other effect than is allowed them by the minds of the persons sought to be affected. Fear and belief determines the degree of receptivity to such influences. The kahuna or prayer man of Hawaii prays people to death, unless they buy him off, but it is the fear and belief on the part of the people that render his work effective. If they would say scat to him, mentally, by asserting their individuality as mentative centers, they would be absolutely immune. I need not recount the many instances of this kind of telementation, for adverse purposes, for the pages of history are full of them, although the historians sneer at the whole subject, deeming it a myth, and laughing over the credulity of our forefathers, notwithstanding the fact that witches and conjurers went to the scaffold and stake, confessing their guilt. It is all very well to attribute it all to the imagination of the persons affected, but why do they not tell us a little about this strange imagination that produced such real effects upon people? The cause may have been imaginary, but the effects were certainly very real. I will relate but one instance, which will serve as a type of these forms of telementation. It is cited by an old German physician. He relates that he was consulted by a farmer who complained of being disturbed at night by strange noises which sounded like someone striking iron. The noises occurred between the hours of 10 and 12 every night. The physician asked him if he had any enemy he suspected of thus influencing and annoying him. He replied that there was no one but an old village blacksmith, an old enemy whose power he feared, and who lived several miles from the farmer. The physician bade him return the next day, and in the meantime visited the blacksmith, and asked him what he did between the hours of 10 and 12 at night, accompanying the question with a glance of a strong will and power. The blacksmith, now somewhat frightened, replied, "I hammer a bar of iron every night at that time, and all the while I think intently of a bad enemy of mine, who once cheated me out of some money, and I will at the same time that the noise shall disturb his rest." The physician ordered him to desist, and at the same time made the farmer pay over the money due the blacksmith, and there was no more trouble. If you wish further instances of this sort, turn over the pages of any old book which treats upon the witchcraft delusion, and note the similarity. But one instance is enough to illustrate the matter, they are all cut out of the same cloth. You will note the two necessary elements present in every case, viz. 1. The use of the force by one person, and 2. The belief or fear, or both, on the part of the second person. Now you have the whole story. And also remember, this that I have told you, the same force that is used in such cases for evil purposes, may also be used, and is used for the most beneficial and worthy purposes. The treatments for good things practiced by the practitioners of the various schools of mental science, and other New Thought people are along the lines of direct telementation. People have been encouraged, helped, healed, reformed, and otherwise aided and benefited by telementation. Do not lose the recollection of the good in considering the bad. The good belongs to the phase of white magic, and its use can result only in good to the practitioner of it, whereas the black magician must reap the whirlwind of the wind that he has sown. These things come home to roost, always, according to their kind, and they bring their friends home with them. In addition to the selfish and evil use above mentioned, there is another selfish use of direct telementation that is quite common of these late years. I allude to the use of mentative influence, by telementation for the purpose of influencing people to fall in with the schemes and plans and enterprises of the mentator. The principle involved is the same as in all these treatment, good and bad. And the practice is the same. The mentator forms the mental image of the other person, and then floods him with currents of desire force, or willpower, or both, at the same time earnestly willing and desiring that he will do as the mentator wishes him to do. The mentator usually uses his will to make the other do this in the mental picture, in imagination, thus forming a mental matrix, to which he then tries to make the other conform. This is a form of visualization, of which I shall speak presently. Of course, this practice, like any other of the kind, may be defeated by one asserting his individuality and will. Of course, you will not feel disposed to put into operation many of the methods herein described, yet, from your very acquaintance with what has been mentioned in these pages, you will be enabled to see the operation of the principles in the everyday life around you. You will see them in operation on every side, now that you are familiar with their laws of operation. And you will find yourself instinctively guarding against its influence, just as you would guard against a threatened physical blow. And you will be surprised, and perhaps pained sometimes, at seeing people trying to influence you in this way, whom you would not have suspected of doing so. On the whole, You will be a much wiser and stronger man or woman by reason of the information herein given you. And you will have the advantage of knowing how to resist, defeat and dispel the adverse influences that may be used to influence you. Remember the assertion of the positive will, and the use of the positive denial. The person wishing to influence another at a distance, just as he would in the case of a personal interview, forms a mental image of the person whom he wishes to influence, and then proceeds just as if the person was actually before him. I know of at least one teacher who advises his students to treat prospective customers, and others with whom they expect to have dealings, or relations, as follows: imagine your prospective customer, or other person, as seated in a chair before which you are standing. Make the imagined picture as strong as possible, for upon this depends your success. Then proceed to treat the person just as you would if he were actually present. Concentrate your will upon him, and tell him just what you expect to tell him when you meet him. Use all of the arguments that you can think of, and at the same time hold the thought that he must do as you say. Try to imagine him as complying with your wishes, in every respect, for this imagining will tend to come true when you really meet the person. This rule may be used, not only in the case of prospective customers, but also in the cases of persons whom you wish to influence in any way whatsoever. Now, all this is very plain to the student of this book, for the principles employed are familiar to its readers. The result of a practice like the above would undoubtedly tend to clear a mentative path in the other person's mind, and make easier the effect of a subsequent interview. For the other person would be thus accustomed to the idea, thought or feeling, and the work of clearing away the mental underbrush would be done in advance. But, fortunately for us all, we have the antidote for this bane, if we have acquainted ourselves with the underlying principles of the subject. So important do I regard the subject of self-protection in connection with direct telementation, that I have thought it well to add to this chapter the following general rules which I trust you will read carefully, and with which you should fully acquaint yourself. The bane is well known, the antidote is known to but few. For this reason I attach much importance to the study of the latter at this place. In connection with the following rules and advice you should also acquaint yourself with what I have said elsewhere regarding protection against suggestive impressions, and also with my advice regarding the cultivation of a positive mentality, and with the chapters which take up the subject of establishing a mentative center, etc. Here are the rules. In the first place, steady your mind, and calm your feeling. Then pause for a moment, and say the words I am, calmly and forcibly, at the same time forming a mental picture of yourself as a center of force and power in the great ocean of mind power. See yourself as standing alone and full of power. Then mentally form a picture of your aura, extending about a yard on all sides of you, in an egg-shaped form. See that this aura is charged with your willpower, which is flowing outward, repelling any adverse mental suggestions that are being sent to you, and causing them to fly back to the source from whence they came. A little practice will enable you to perfect this picture, which will greatly aid you in creating a strong positive aura of will, which will prove to be a dynamic armor and shield. The affirmation, I am, is the strongest known to occult science, for it is a positive statement of actual being. You may use the following affirmation also, if you please. It has helped many. I assert my individuality as a center of force, power, and being. Nothing can adversely affect me. My mind is mine own, and I refuse admittance to unwelcome suggestions or influences. My desires are my own, and refuse to admit undesirable vibrations by induction or otherwise. My will is my own, and I charge it with power to beat off and repel all undesirable influences. I am surrounded by an aura of positive will, which protects me absolutely. The following denial has proved of the greatest value to many. I deny, to all or any, the power to influence me against my best interests. I am my own master. These words may seem simple, but if you will use them you will be surprised at their efficacy. You realize, of course, that it is the mental state aroused by the words that does the work, rather than any special virtue in the words themselves. 2. Guard yourself from acting upon impulses. When you feel a sudden or unaccountable impulse to do this thing, or that thing, stop and assert your positive individuality, and then drive out all outside influences, by repeating the affirmations, etc., given above, and by creating the proper mental picture. Then, when you have recovered your balance, consider the impulse, and decide whether it is to your best interests, or otherwise. You will be able to see this clearly, by reason of your mental house cleaning a moment before. Then, if the impulse seems to be against your best interests, drive it from you, saying, "I drive you away from me, you do not belong to me, return to those who sent you," or other words to that effect. This may be rendered more forceful if you will but create a mental picture of the discarded idea flying away from you in the shape of a tiny thought wave. These mental pictures aid one very materially in such matters, both in the sending forth of an idea, as well as in the discarding of one. 3. Cultivate the picture and idea of a positive aura, and always think of yourself as being encased in such a one. See yourself as a strong positive eye, a center of power, encased in an impregnable sheath of auric force. You will thus be able to build up yourself into a mighty center of defense. You will be surprised at the confused manner of people who try to influence you, when they come in contact with this aura, and find their suggestions and mentative currents being cast back upon themselves. Such people find themselves all broken up when they meet a condition like this, which they do not understand, for very few of them are practical occultists. The mental picture of yourself as a center of power, surrounded with a positive aura, will, if persisted in, render you extremely positive, so that your influence is sure to be felt by the world with which you come in contact. You will often be amused by occurrences following after the rejection of these stray impulses, etc. You will find if you have had an impulse to buy a certain thing, or sell a certain thing at a sacrifice, that in a day or so, perhaps an hour or so, you will be approached by some person who will advise you personally to do that same thing, the person being likely to be benefited by the scheme or plan. I do not mean that such person has necessarily tried to influence you by mentative currents, for he may not have consciously done so, but nevertheless that is just what has happened, and his desire or will has caused these currents to flow in your direction, and you have felt them. Now that your eyes have been opened to this fact, you will be amused and surprised to see how many corroborative proofs you will receive. But always assert your individuality as a center of power, and all will be well with you in these matters. A man's mentative force is immensely more powerful when he uses it to protect his individuality than when he uses it to attack the individuality of another. In fact, if everyone understood the laws of mentative defense, and would avail himself of the information given under this head, there would be almost a total absence of mentative attack, for the futility of the same would soon be recognized. The only reason that the strong individuals are able to affect the weaker ones so frequently is because the others do not know their inner power, and make no defense. In fact, the majority of people do not know of these laws at all, and, if one tells them, they sneer and smile knowingly, tapping their foreheads to indicate that their informant is just a little off. Poor sheep and geese, they are so happy in their ignorance and conceit that it almost seems a pity to disturb them. But to return to my subject. You will find that it requires a much less effort of will to protect your individuality than it does to attack the individuality of another. You will find that the law is on your side when you say, "I won't be influenced, I deny the power of another to weaken my individuality," for you have then called into operation that law of nature which is always in operation, and which she gives to her creatures in the way of an instinctive protective force. So there is no occasion to be afraid, you are immune from attacks if you will but assert the force within you. In passing on to the other phases of telementation, I would again remind you that in these instances of direct telementation the force may be used both consciously or unconsciously. Those who know the laws of the use of the force may propel these telementative currents direct to those whom they wish to influence, just as they may consciously give mental suggestions in a personal interview. But, even where these laws are not understood, the currents or the suggestions are sent forth by the strong desire or will animating the person. Of course, the person who understands the subject will be able to direct his force with greater precision and effect, but in any event the effect is produced in the same way. Chapter 24. Indirect Influence. Let us now pass on to a consideration of the second class of telementation, which I call indirect telementation, or the use of the force with a general purpose of effecting the desired result, without special direction toward any particular person or persons. This form of manifestation of telementation may be grouped into two subclasses, viz. A, in which the general desire or will of the individual to attain certain results manifests itself in personal interviews, and induces mental states in those with whom he comes in contact, and B, in cases wherein the general desire and will manifest in telementative currents, or waves, or whirlpools, affecting all persons and things who are interested in any way in the enterprise, scheme, plan or undertaking of the individual, and tending to cause them to fall into line and obey the will or comply with the desires of the general plan of the individual. This last form of telementative influence is far more common than one would suppose. Strong, positive men start into motion waves and currents that sweep over the country, gathering force with each added impetus, and using the principle of mental contagion to increase its influence. Great leaders of men are centers of these mentative whirlpools, and similar forms of mentative influence, and draw in, or suck into themselves persons, things, and objects conducive to their plans and ambitions. They do not have it all their own way, of course, for there are many influences at work which tend to neutralize their efforts. Other men have conflicting schemes which interfere with and often destroy the influence of these great mentators, and people are becoming educated regarding the nature of the forces they employ, and will not accept adverse suggestions or allow their vibrations to influence them. Still, the force is still used to great effect by many politicians, and other persons who reach out toward large numbers of people. Leading generals of business also make use of the force in this manner, and draw things their way. In fact, nearly everybody who does business with people scattered over a large territory employs this force more or less, generally unconsciously. And many of these uses work no harm upon those affected, because many of these people are engaged in legitimate enterprise, and want always to give a square deal, and a good dollar's worth. I am not holding up this manifestation of telementation as reprehensible, I am merely stating its general laws and forms of manifestation. One may repel these mentative waves in the same way, and by the same methods mentioned in the preceding chapters in reference to the repelling of direct telementation. The rule is the same in both cases, for the principle involved is the same. Before leaving this branch of the subject, I would remind you that one may take advantage of this last mentioned form of telementation for his own good, in a perfectly proper and justifiable way. One may wish to gain certain information and knowledge about certain subjects. If so, if he will hold a strong desire that the desired knowledge shall come to his notice and attention, and if at the same time he wills that the mentative currents flow forth in search of persons, things, and objects capable of imparting the knowledge or information, he will get results. He will find that after a while he will run across people who will be glad to give him the information he wants, or he will pick up a book that will either tell him what he wants, or else will refer to some other book or subject that will point out the path to him. These instances are quite common, and afford wonderful proofs of the laws herein stated. In this way no one is harmed, and mutual benefits are obtained. People are attracted to each other in this way, and each finds his own. The above manifestation results from the operation of what has been called the law of attraction, by the workings of which each person is continually drawing to himself the people, things, objects, and even circumstances in harmony and accord with his prevailing mental states. Like attracts like, and the mental states determine that which one draws to himself. If you are not satisfied with what is coming to you, start to work and change your mental attitudes and mental states, and you will see a change gradually setting in, and things that you want will begin to come your way. This law of attraction has been much written about in works on mental science during the past 10 years, so it is not necessary for me to go into details about it here. I have given you the general principles in this chapter, and you may apply them accordingly. A most important fact about the effect of mentative vibrations upon people lies in the principle that one is more affected by vibrations in harmony with his own accustomed feelings and mental states than by those of opposite natures. A man who is full of evil schemes and selfish aims is more apt to be caught up by similar vibrations than one who lives above that plane of thought. He is more easily tempted by evil suggestions and influences than one to whom these things are abhorrent. And the same is true on every plane. A man whose mental attitude is one of confidence and fearlessness is not apt to be affected by vibrations of a negative, pessimistic, gloomy nature, and vice versa. Therefore, if you wish to receive the vibrations of the thoughts and feelings of others, you must place yourself in a mental attitude corresponding with those vibrations you wish to receive. And if you wish to avoid vibrations of a certain kind, the best way is to rise above them in your own mind, and to cultivate mental states opposite to them. The positive always overcomes the negative, and optimistic mental states are always positive to pessimistic mental states. The sense of individuality, and one's relation to the universal mind power, is the strongest and most positive mental state one can attain. Therefore cultivate it, first, last and all the time. I now come to a phase of the subject that underlies all of the phenomena of telementation, and really gives the key to much of its wonderful effects. I allude to what occultists know as visualization. This visualization is to telementation what the pattern is to the maker of objects, what the plans of the architect are to the builders, what the mold or matrix is to molders of metal. It is the skeleton around which the materialization of thought forms occurs. It is of the greatest importance to you to acquaint yourselves with its laws and effects. To visualize means to see mentally, that is, to form a mental image of a thing, to see it in one's mind, etc. Visualization, along the lines of one's daily occupation, is a most important thing, but one that is very poorly appreciated because little understood. The best workmen, writers, inventors, composers, etc., are those who are able to see the thing in the mind, and then reproduce it in materialized form. Sir Francis Galton, one of the best authorities upon the subject, has said, "The free action of a vivid visualizing faculty is of much importance in connection with the higher processes of generalized thought. A visual image is the most perfect form of mental representation wherever the shape, position, and relations of objects to space are concerned. The best workmen are those who visualize the whole of what they propose to do, before they take a tool in their hand. Strategists, artists of all denominations, physicists who contrive new experiments, and in short, all who do not follow routine, have need of it, a faculty that is of importance in all technical and artistic occupations, that gives accuracy to our perceptions, and justice to our generalizations, is starved by lazy disuse, instead of being cultivated judiciously in such a way as will, on the whole, bring the best return. I believe that a serious study of the best means of developing and utilizing this faculty, without prejudice to the practice of abstract thought in symbols, is one of the many pressing desiderata in the yet unformed science of education. And all that Sir Francis Galton has said above is equally true of the cultivation of the art of visualization in connection with telementation. The trouble with the majority of people is that they do not know just what they do want. They are not able to form clear mental images of that which they wish to create or materialize. The men who obtain the greatest and most wonderful results through mentative influence, particularly in the form of telementation, are those men who are able to visualize most clearly the things that they wish to materialize, who are able to form the mental image of the things they wish to manifest. The secret of visualization lies in the occult and psychological principle that as is the mental matrix, so is the mental form, and as is the mental form, so is the physical materialization. In other words, the visualized mental image is the matrix or mold into which the mind power is poured, and from which it takes form, and around this mental image the deposit of materialization forms, and thus does the ideal become the real. If you wish to get the best effects from mind power, you must create a mental image around which the material or physical materialization is formed, and the way to form the proper mental image is by visualization, which thus builds up the matrix or mold in which the mind power pours. And as is the matrix, so is the image, and as is the image, so is the materialization. Before you can draw to you the material needed for building up the things or conditions you desire, you must form a clear mental image of just what you want to materialize, and before you can make this mental image, you must realize mentally just exactly what you do desire. And the process of this is called visualization. That is, you build up a mental matrix or mold, little by little, until you have it before you clearly, until it stands out clearly formed as a mental image, just as you would see it if it were actually materialized. Then you must hold this mental image before you constantly, regarding it not as a mere imagination, but as a something real which you have created in your mind, and which will proceed to surround itself with the material necessary to give it material objectivity, or materialization. If you cannot see the whole thing at first, as a mental image, that is, if you are not able to build up a complete matrix by visualization, then do the next best thing, which is the very best thing for the majority of people, and build a matrix of the first step toward the whole thing, that is, the first thing that is needed. Then concentrate upon this first thing until the mental image stands out sharp and clear, and you will find that things have been started in motion. Then, you may add little by little to your matrix, and build up your mental image a little larger and in greater detail. And here is an important thing. You must mentally see the thing as actually existing, right now, and not as going to exist later on. You must realize that the mental image exists right now, else it will lack clearness and effectiveness. You must pour into that mental image a constant supply of strong, positive desire force, and willpower, all of which will spread out in the proper directions and affect the material needed to materialize your mental image. By so doing, you impart to the mentative currents the necessary impetus and direction, and they will operate along these lines, and will proceed to materialize your mental image for you. Things will come your way, people will appear who are necessary to your plans, information will come to you from strange sources, and in unexpected times and places, opportunities will open themselves up to you. But remember this, that you must be prepared to act upon these openings and opportunities. You must be alert and watchful, and expectant. You will have to do the work, remember, yourself, although the forces you have started into operation will supply you with the material. The door will be open to you, but you must step in yourself, the tools and materials will be provided you, but you must use them, the information will be laid before you, but you must make it your own. Even mind power will not avail the lazy man. You must learn to do things yourself. This subject of visualization would fill a book by itself, but I hope that I have been able to give you a clear idea of its working principles. Remember always this rule, this triple key of attainment, as I have often called it. 1. You must desire a thing most intensely. 2. Then you must earnestly expect it. 3. Then you must use your will in the direction of action tending to bring it about. But first of all, as I have said, you must know just what you do want, and then proceed to create the mental matrix or mold by visualization, that is, you must proceed to mentally see it as already existing. This chapter must be read and studied in connection with the chapters preceding it, for they blend into each other, and the information laps. I have given you certain principles, in plain, practical form, which may seem so simple to you as to be passed over without the proper consideration and examination. Do not make this mistake, I pray you. Do not long for high-sounding terms and mystical verbiage. The truth is capable of being expressed without these fancy trappings or drapery. I have tried to tell you the principle of these things, but you must study carefully in order to grasp every point. I have boiled down and condensed a great deal of information into this lesson. Be sure that you do not allow any of the points to escape you. You cannot expect to acquaint yourself fully with this subject in one hasty reading. You must read and reread many times, with careful study and thought. You must do some thinking on your own account, in order to apply these general principles to your own symptoms and needs. You must read carefully, and then think a little. There is no royal road to mind power, or anything else. I have tried to make the road a little easier for you, but you must do the traveling yourself. You cannot reach the heights by proxy. You must digest these things yourself. Predigested ideas will do you no good. Underlying all of these wonderful manifestations of telementation, there is just the simple principle that I have pointed out to you: induction of mental states by desire force and willpower. Everything occurs by reason of this principle. You may think that the book that you needed, and which came to you so wonderfully, must have arrived in some other way. Not so. The book was placed here, and moved there, by people, and these people have minds capable of being moved by vibratory waves, and so when once the thing was set into operation, all things work together toward the given end. Even the present book reached you under the law of attraction. There is no chance in these matters. There are laws in operation everywhere, and always, and over all there is the great law. And, now in concluding this chapter, I would remind you to always realize that you are centers of living mental energy in the great ocean of mind power. And that you are strong in the degree that you are positive. And that you are positive in the degree that you are an individual. And you are an individual in the degree that you realize that you are a center of living will. There is nothing to fear but fear. You are capable of asserting your individuality always, and everywhere. Your only chains are those you forge for yourself. You are free right now, here, and always. Do not be deluded by the petty things of personality, that pass away and perish overnight, but rest serene and firm in the consciousness that you are an individual living will center, and fear not to assert the individual I. There is no devil but fear. Nothing but fear can keep you from your own heritage and birthright. Assert the I and banish fear. Chapter 25. Mental Therapeutics. Therapeutics means the healing art. Therefore, mental therapeutics means the art or science of mental healing. If I were writing this lesson from the standpoint of 20 years ago, I would think it advisable to fill page after page with a recital of the many claims of mental healing, but no such necessity exists at the present time. People have heard much regarding mental healing, and while they may differ in their theories and opinion regarding the nature of the cures performed, still nearly all of them will acknowledge that cures have been made and are being made by mental healing methods. The history of mental healing extends away back into the past, and the earliest pages of history treat it as if it were a long-established and well-accepted method. In fact, the history of mental healing is the history of mind power, so far as the older peoples and races are concerned. The ancient Magi used their mental powers in the direction of healing the sick, and restoring natural, healthy conditions. People were brought to the temples to be healed, and after the customary incantations and ceremonies, designed to affect the imagination and respect of the primitive people, they were found to be benefited, and actually cured in time. But under and back of all these ceremonies and rites, the principle effecting the cure was the same principle that is being used today by all forms of mental healing, under whatever names it may be disguised and masked. There is but one mental healing principle, and that has always been used, is being used now, and always will be used, so long as the race exists. And this principle is the application and employment of mind power. Mind power is positive to both force and matter, as we have seen in these chapters, and the negative always yields to the positive when the latter is properly and intelligently applied. Mind power really builds up the body from a single cell, and is inherent in every part and particle of the body. Every cell has its supply of mind power. The cell, and combination of cells, and the whole body in fact, is the result of conditions of manifestations of mind power. The body is all mind, at the last analysis. Mind power manifests itself in countless ways in the universe, and the physical bodies, and the cells of which they are composed are simply certain forms of manifestation of its force. And, this being so, mental healing is not a case of mind over matter, as is often taught, but is a manifestation of positive mind over negative mind. The central mind of man is positive to the mind in the body of man, and hence the healing effect. Every cell has its share of mind, and science shows us that each cell can and does live its life as a separate entity, always, however, subordinate to the whole system of cells, and the mind controlling it. And the mind in each cell, or system of cells, may be reached by the positive mind of a person, when properly applied. In order to fully grasp the significance of this statement, you must remember that every organ, part, bone, nerve, vessel, tissue, and everything else in your body is built up of cells which have formed certain combinations. There are individual cells in your blood and other parts of the body, and there are cell communities in your body which perform certain functions and which you call my liver, my heart, my stomach, my kidneys, etc., etc. And there is mind in every one of them. And the mind in every cell, and in every organ may be reached by mind power applied by the mind of oneself or another person. And in this simple statement, I have embodied my idea of mental healing, which idea is based upon years of earnest study, experiment, and investigation, aided by personal acquaintance with an association with some of the most celebrated mental healers of this age. I have discarded fanciful theory, after fanciful theory, as unnecessary to account for the facts observed by the leading investigators of mental healing, and have at last boiled down the matter to this point: an idea of mind in the cells and cell groups, which mind is negative to the positive central mind of the individual, especially when the latter is concentrated and intelligently applied. You may ask me the question, well, but what about all the various metaphysical, religious, and semi-religious theories advanced to account for the cures performed by the various cults and sects of the New Thought and similar movements? Answering this, I would say that the various cults and sects perform cures not because of their dogmas, but often in spite of them, the real cures being performed by mind power, pure and simple, called into operation, and employed, in various forms and ways, under many coverings, disguises and draperies. It is all the same grand old principle, but with fringe on the style of fringe depending on the particular theories and dogmas of the sects. There has been much written, spoken, and taught concerning mental healing, under some name or other, but the majority of the writers have been attached to some particular cult, church, or organization, which claimed that the whole truth rested upon the acceptance of some particular theory, idea, doctrine, or dogma advanced and held by it, in accordance with the particular views of some certain teacher or teachers. And, accordingly, the writings have been colored by the hue of such belief and dogma. One has but to look around him in order to see that the many conflicting schools of mental or spiritual healing are all making cures, in spite of the claim of each that its particular school or sect, or church, has a monopoly on truth, and a corner on true metaphysical healing. The truth is that they all make cures. The percentage being about the same in each instance, taking the personal qualifications of the healers into consideration. In spite of the several claims that we have the only truth, all others are in error, and ignorant of the real truth, etc., etc. All of these erroneous people are getting fine results. Their differing and often contradictory theories do not seem to cut any figure in the real work, and one who closely studies the subject is soon forced to the conclusion that there must be some underlying principle of cure which they are all using. And so there is. And I call this underlying principle the effect of positive central mind upon negative body mind. You may give it any other name you choose, but you will get the results just the same. The various theories, statements, forms, observances, dogmas and whatnot, have no other effect than giving a strong suggestion to people who are impressed by the same. Some people get better results when the mental healing is accompanied by some religious or semi-religious talk and explanation, which appeals to the emotional parts of their nature and makes them more receptive to the healing process of the mind. Sacred shrines, images, and relics cause cures in this way. Others get better results when some technical metaphysical theory is urged upon them, with a great wow and use of long high-sounding words. They may not understand the words, but they think that there must be something in it, for she used words that I couldn't begin to understand, and yet she knew all about them, etc. Others prefer the scientific explanation of the school of suggestion, which avoids metaphysical or religious theories, and yet get the results. Others, still, adhere to the mental science idea of the universal mind, and the personal mind, and they, too, get results. Others like the subjective mind, an objective mind idea, and they get results, too. They all get results, but some take more kindly to certain forms, and thus get better results. I have frequently advised people to go to healers of certain cults and schools and churches, simply because I knew that the ideas of these particular schools, cults, and churches would fit the particular temperament of the person in question, and thus the best results would accrue. I am most Catholic in my ideas on this subject. I believe in a person employing any phase of mental healing, from bread pills to Christian Science, providing that the particular agency employed will invoke the faith, confidence, and belief of the patient to the utmost. Whichever form will best do this, that is the form I believe the best for the patient. I can see very well why a person of a warm religious temperament would be better benefited by mental healing in a religious form or phase than from mere suggestion, or ordinary mental science. It opens up a part of the nature that is conducive to the cure. And I can see why others are impressed by technical, complicated metaphysical talk, which causes them to wonder and be impressed, and thus arouses an interest and an expectant attention which goes a long way toward making the cure. And I can see why others still would rebel against either of the above-mentioned forms, and would be better reached by a plain, scientific presentation of the subject. Every man to his taste, in mental healing as in everything else. In this respect I am like the Irishman who said he was glad that all men did not have the same taste, for if they did every mother's son of them would be wanting to steal his wife away from him. But, you may ask, why is it that faith, belief, confidence, etc., play such an important part in the cures, if it be true that the real cure is effected through the mind in the cells, and cell groups? What have cells to do with faith? This is a good question, and here is the answer. While it is true that the mind in the cells is the medium or cause of the cure, still it is a fact that these cells are negative to the influence of the central mind of the person. And if that central mind be filled with the mental states of disease, fear, undesirable beliefs, etc., then the negative cells and organs must be affected. And, if on the contrary the mental states of the person be changed from fear to hope, confidence, love, faith, belief and expectancy, then it will be readily seen that the effect upon the cells will be changed for the better. And, if to these improved mental states, there is added a still more positive state, a state of conscious control and power, then will the curative effect be greatly magnified and increased. To tell the truth, I earnestly believe that the one great potent factor in mental healing is the removal of fear from the mind of the patient, by whatever means it may be accomplished, whether by reason, argument, faith, hope, or even by superstition. Fear is the most negative of the mental states, and simply paralyzes the whole system. Fear and worry actually poison the cells of the body. This is a scientifically demonstrable fact. And if this pall of fear can be lifted by any means, then a big step in the direction of a cure has been effected. And hope, confidence, and belief will lift that pall. That is why I believe in everything from bread pills to CS, as I said a few minutes ago. Whichever agency induces the greater degree of hope, belief, confidence, and expectancy, is the best for the particular case. But in all cases the principle of cure is the same: mind. It should not be necessary for me to recite the oft-repeated facts of the phenomenon of disease being created by mental states, and of cures arising from the same. Every man or woman who reads these lessons has heard this tale over and over again, many times. It is no longer a debatable question, this matter of the effect of the mind in health and disease. The books are full of it. It is as old as the hills, and at no time in the history of the world has this form of mind power been accorded greater attention and interest. And therefore, I shall omit this part of the story, and proceed to business in the direction of telling you just how to apply the mind power in healing, both present and absent. In the first place, the principles of mental healing are precisely the same principles that are applied in all forms of mind power, as we have seen them in the previous lessons. It is all a matter of mentative induction, first, last and always. And this induction may arise from either mentative currents, or by mental suggestion. Please fix this statement in your mind, so that I will not have to repeat it. Now, let us see what happens if mentative induction is set up in the mind of a person by means either of mentative currents, or mental suggestion, when what is called general treatment is given. We will suppose that the mental state of the person has been changed by induction, either from currents or by suggestion, to a strong positive state, and that is what one must aim to produce in the patient. This induced positive mental state in the central mind is, of course, strongly positive to the mind in the body and its cells. The mental image of a normal, perfect, healthy, well body being held in the central mind of the patient, it follows that the physical material of the body and cells will begin to materialize in accordance with the pattern set before the mind of the cells, by the central mind of the person. It is the old story of mental visualization and physical materialization over again. Of course, the effect is wonderfully heightened if the patient will direct his desire and will strongly to the recuperative or reparative action, in which effort he may be materially aided by the healer. The desired mental state in the patient may be induced either by autosuggestion, self-suggestion, on his own part, or by the suggestion of the healers. Here is where the ceremonies, and frills and fringes of the cults, come in, or by the direct mentative currents of the healer, applied as indicated in the previous lessons. In this form of healing, the healer works by arousing the mind of the patient, so that he really cures himself. This arousing is of course affected by either suggestion, or mentative currents, the effect being the result of induction in either case, as you will readily understand. This form of mental healing, which I call general treatment, includes both the form of present healing, that is when the healer is in the personal presence of the patient, or else along the lines of what is called absent treatments or distant treatments, when the healer and the patient are not in each other's presence. Leaving the subject of general treatment, for the moment, let us consider the broad principles underlying local treatment. By local treatment I mean mental healing effected by the mind of the healer being directly and specially applied to the mind in the cells and organs themselves. You will remember what I have said about there being mind in the cells and organs. Local treatment is an application based upon that fact. The mind of the healer is brought to bear in a positive, direct, special manner upon these cells and organs, and the suggestions and mentative currents are directed immediately to these organs and cells, without the intermediate employment of the central mind of the patient, as in the case of general treatment. Of course, one may apply local treatment to himself, by directing his mind directly to the cells and organs, instead of indirectly by means of general mental treatment. You may wonder why I speak of directing suggestions to the cells. You may well ask, can the cells hear? The cells cannot hear, but the utterance of the words of the suggestion, by you, will enable you to direct your mind more directly and forcefully upon the cells and organs. You will see, as we proceed, that I advocate speaking right up to the cells and organs of the body, and telling them just what you want them to do. You will be surprised when you try this and see how they respond. Now, that we understand the general principles of both of these phases of mental treatment, let us pass on to a consideration of the practice of mental healing, the actual how of the subject. We shall begin with general treatment, both present and absent, and will then take up the second phase of local treatment. In both cases we shall see the actual methods of treatment, in detail. But I must ask you to pay close attention to what I have to say about these treatments, for I am condensing a whole course of lessons in mental healing into 2 chapters, and you will miss something unless you watch closely. The first step in the personal form of general treatment is to induce in your patient a mental state of calm and relaxation. This is quite important because this mental state causes the patient to become receptive to the impressions that you wish to make upon his or her mind. The best plan is to have the patient seat himself in a comfortable position, or if he is lying down, let him assume a comfortable attitude, and then talk to him a little in order to induce a comfortable, easy frame of mind, which will react upon the physical conditions. Have him relax every muscle, and withdraw the tension from every nerve, so that he will be relaxed, and limber all over, from head to feet. The best way to determine whether or not the desired condition has been effected is to raise one of his hands and then allow it to drop back to his sides or lap. If he is fully relaxed, his hand will drop just as if it were not attached to his body. The mental state producing this physical condition may be best stated by the words let go. One must mentally let go before he will be able to let go physically. The patient must feel perfectly at ease and comfortable in order that the best results be gained. The healer should endeavor to quiet the mind of the patient by an earnest, confident, sympathetic conversation, leading the subject toward bright, hopeful, happy topics, and especially avoiding anything likely to arouse antagonism or argument. He should throw earnestness and feeling into his tones, and speak as if his one object in life were to cure the patient, and of which cure he entertained not the slightest doubt. The healer should forget himself, and concentrate his mentality completely upon the subject of curing the patient. He should be very careful to act out the part of the confident, successful healer, because sick people are very suggestible, and take on impressions very easily, and so, if the healer manifests an apparent lack of confidence in his outward demeanor, the patient will be most likely to accept the suggestion, and the work of healing will thus be rendered doubly difficult. If you have studied the principles of mental suggestion, you will see the psychology of this fact. It will be well to begin the treatment by a preliminary suggestive treatment, in a conversational tone. You should point out to the patient the conditions that you intend to bring about. You should endeavor to obtain the patient's cooperation by means of his holding a mental image of the desired condition. That is, if it be a case of stomach trouble, he should form a mental image of a strong, healthy normal stomach, doing its work properly, and digesting the food that is given it, and manifesting a good, hearty natural appetite. If the patient will do this, he will be able to do much toward aiding you. You should then tell him that his stomach is strong, 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 speaking the words with intense feeling and force, and that normal conditions are reasserting themselves under the power of the mind. You should, in many ways and forms, keep before him constantly a picture of the conditions you wish to bring about. For by so doing you will change his mental image of disease into a mental image of health, and the best result is sure to follow. If you prefer the use of the hands in healing, by all means use them, as such practice gives a most powerful suggestion, as well as possessing other advantages. You will find that you will be able to impart a wonderful degree of forceful, earnest intensity to your voice, if you will but practice visualization in your treatments. That is, you must endeavor to actually see mentally the conditions that you wish to bring about. And when you are able to do this, you will be able to hold the attention of the patient as his mind follows your words in your description of the successive steps of the cure that you intend bringing about. He will be able to see himself as gradually improving and growing well, not only in a general way, but also in the sense that he will be able to form a mental picture of the formerly diseased organ actually growing strong and normal. Always keep before you the mental image of the conditions that you wish to bring about, see them before you as actually existing right now. And your mind, and actions, and voice will conform to that mental image, for by so doing the patient will receive the best possible suggestion, and your mentative currents will be stronger and more dynamic. In the following chapter, we pass on to a consideration of the actual methods of applying mind power to the healing of disease. Chapter 26. Mental Healing Methods. And now to the actual work of mental healing by mentative currents. In this work I must again repeat my injunctions given in the preceding chapter regarding the holding of the proper mental image in the mind of the healer. In the degree that the proper mental image is held, will be the degree of success in the treatment. Visualization is the keynote of this form of mental healing, and the healer should devote himself earnestly to acquiring the art of visualizing. You must be able to see the patient as healed, and the organs, parts, and cells as functioning normally and properly. Cast aside all negative thought and doubts, and throw yourself earnestly into the work before you. You will find that as the ability to visualize is acquired, there will come to you a feeling of strength and power, and a sense of certainty about your work. The process of transmitting the mentative currents is not especially difficult or strenuous. In fact, this part of the work seems almost automatic. All that you will have to do is to concentrate your full attention upon the mental image that you have visualized, and earnestly desire that the picture materializes, and do not bother at all about the currents, for the latter will begin to flow freely without any voluntary effort on your part. Occasionally you may throw a little willpower into the work, in order to stimulate the healing process, but ordinarily the unconscious use of the desired force will accomplish the result. It is not necessary to use the strenuous effort that so many mental healers employ in giving treatments. This is all waste energy, and tires one out without any corresponding advantage to the patient. The clear-cut mental image produced by the practice of visualization performs the work for you, as I have said, almost automatically. The more realistic your picture is made to appear to you, the greater the force sent forth, and the greater the degree of success will you have in your healing. Some excellent healers have found that they gained additional force if they would add to their mental picture or image, the picture of the mentative currents actually leaving their minds and traveling toward the patient, and then enveloping and surrounding the latter. One very good healer has told me that she always can see, mentally, the patient being bathed in a perfect stream of her mind power. I feel that this lady is right, and that by adding this feature to the mental image very good results may be obtained. The student of these lessons will find this last image easy to produce if you will remember what we have said about thought forms. I do not advise too long treatments, for I believe that the best results are obtained in a treatment extending over say not more than 15 minutes. Yon should then leave the patient with a few earnest words of encouragement and hope, bidding him aid in your work by keeping the proper mental images of health before him, and especially avoiding all fear and worry. The above process of giving a mental treatment may seem very simple to those who have not practiced it. But you will find that it contains the real essence of the healing process, without the fringe and trimming. And more than that, you will find it wonderfully efficacious. It will do the work. You will never begin to even faintly realize the virtue of such a treatment, until you begin to practice it. You will then find yourself so filled with such a sense of power, strength, and healing force, that you will seem like another person. And your patient will likewise feel an immediate benefit. I might write page after page, giving you directions about the treatment, but after I was through, it could all be boiled down into the plain, simple directions already given you. I have given you the basis of the practical treatment. You may add the trimmings yourself, if you feel that you need them. This same basis you will find to underlie all of the treatments of the various sects and cults, after you have trimmed off the fancy additions, high-sounding words, and metaphysical terms. I have studied all these forms of treatment, and know just what I am talking about when I say this to you. And now for the absent treatments along the lines of general treatment. There is practically no difference in the methods. The principal additional process is that of the healer endeavoring to form a mental image of the patient, as if he were right before him in person. If you have ever seen the patient, you may easily reproduce his mental image. But if you have not seen him personally, you can form a mental image of a man, or a woman, without filling in the details of personal appearance, and the result will be similar. You will find the following method will help you in the treatment. Sit down in your chair, after drawing up another chair right before you, but about 2 or 3 yards distant. Then picture your patient as sitting in this other chair, and use your imagination to the fullest in this respect. Many practitioners of successful mental healing actually feel that the patient is sitting before them in this form of treatment. Then, with your patient sitting before you, as a mental image, talk to him just as if you were present in person, using the same words, tones, and manner. Throw yourself earnestly into the idea of a personal treatment, and endeavor to forget that miles are between you. By so doing, you will be able to start the mentative currents flowing freely in his direction, and he will be affected by them, and will obtain the best results. I have been told frequently by persons who have taken this form of healing from some of the world's best mental healers, that they could almost see the healer before them. They could certainly feel his presence very distinctly. This talk to the distant patient should consist of the same calming, quieting, soothing suggestions at first, followed by the positive, stimulating, forceful suggestions given afterward. Follow the precise instructions given for use in personal treatments, and you cannot go astray. There is no difference, in reality, between personal treatments and absent treatments. If you will remember this, and act upon it, you will have the key to the matter. And, then, after the suggestive talks, you should then give the same silent mentative treatment as indicated in my instructions regarding personal treatments. You should form the same kind of mental image, and proceed just the same, in every particular. Even bid him goodbye as you would in a personal treatment. If you have set a time for the absent treatment, your patient should place himself in a comfortable, relaxed position. But this is not necessary. It is not necessary for the patient to even know the hour of treatment. All that he needs to do is to open his mind, receptively, to the treatment that you are to give him sometime during the day. That is, he should express his mental willingness, and thus take off the resistance of his will which otherwise would have to be overcome. The healer who wishes to give absent treatments should study carefully the portions of this work relating to telementative induction, the currents, thought forms, etc. Remember, please, that all the work of mental healing is done along the lines of mentative induction, just as is the work of all forms of mentative influence. There is but one great law underlying all of these forms of manifestation, and if you understand the fundamental principle, you will be able to reproduce any or all of the manifestations of it. The instruction regarding mental healing is not confined to this chapter alone. It must be gained from a study of all these chapters, for the reasons just stated. Strive always to acquire a clear knowledge of the underlying principles, and you need not worry about the details of operation or manifestation. And, now, just a word about self-healing along these lines. There is no difference between self-healing and the healing of others. Here is a good method, simple and efficacious. All that is necessary for you to do is to imagine yourself as a patient coming to yourself for treatment. Suppose your name is John Smith, and you wish to treat yourself along the lines of the general treatment. All you have to do is to let the central mind part of you, or the I, proceed to treat the body of John Smith. Talk to John Smith just as if he were an entirely separate individual. Tell him what he should do, and what he should know, and what you expect to do for him. Give him the same suggestions that you would give another patient. Talk up to him, and tell him just what you mean to do for him, and what he has got to do himself. Then give him the silent treatment just as you would another patient. Even give him the parting words, just as you would a patient. In short, treat him first, last, and all the time as you would another patient. You will be surprised to note how efficacious this plan is. This method is original with myself, so far as I know. There is a good, strong psychological and occult reason for this plan of self-treatment, which is not necessary to go into here. The principal thing is that it will do the work. Try it. The ordinary method of self-treatment is to say, "I am well," and so on, giving the suggestions in the first person. I consider that my own plan gives better results, but you may try both, and decide for yourself. And now for the local treatment methods of mental healing. These are very simple also, so simple that I fear some of you will undervalue them. But do not deceive yourselves, good friends, the simplicity represents years of hard work along experimental lines, and is really the boiling down of many methods far more complicated and technical. It is the essence of the thing, again. I wish that I could have obtained this information as easily as you are doing, but I couldn't, for I had to work it out for myself, in connection with other experimenters and investigators. The underlying theory of this local treatment in mental healing is, 1. That there is mind in every cell group, organ, and part of the body, and 2. That the mentative energy in such mind is negative to that in the central mind of the individual, and consequently, yields to its positivity when properly applied. That is the whole story in a nutshell. Now see if you can grasp its importance. The above principle of the local treatment is really also employed in the general treatment, because the central mind of the patient is stirred into induced activity and positivity by the suggestion, or mentative currents of the healer, or both. The central mind of the patient, so stirred up by induction, then acts upon the mind in the cells, organs, etc., unconsciously, and the cure results. Do you see just what I mean? Well, then in the local treatment, instead of going about it in this way, the healer brings his mentative energy to bear right directly upon the mind in cells and organs themselves. So you see, the process is really the same at the last, that is, it is the application of the positive central mind upon the negative mind of the cells, organs, and parts. Now, then, how may one treat the cells and organs of another person, in this way? The process is very simple, when you once learn it. All that is necessary is for you to treat the organ, or part, just as you did the patient, in several forms of general treatment, as stated a little while ago. You must learn to talk to the organ or part affected, and to give it suggestions and mental treatment just as you did your personal patient. In short, the nearer you can come to considering and treating the cells or organs as if they actually were personalities or entities, the better will be your success in this form of treatment. This is no mere trick or bit of superstition. It is based upon good psychological principles, and has its reason in well-defined occult laws. There is mind in the organ and cell, and you are reaching out to it. The way to reach the mind in the cells, cell groups, ganglia, organs, nerves, parts, etc., of the body, is to address yourself directly to it, just as you would to a person. You must think of the mind in the affected parts as a person who is misbehaving. You must remonstrate with, argue with, coax, order or drive the person residing in the organ, just as you would different individuals. Sometimes coaxing is much better than driving, and sometimes the forceful method is necessary, as we shall see. You may either talk aloud to the mind in the organ, or else, and this is the better way in treating others, you may do your talking mentally. Tell it just what you expect of it, just what you intend it shall do, just what is right for it to do, etc. And it will obey. I know a lady who is an excellent healer along these lines, and who obtained the principles of this particular form of healing from myself. She tells me that she followed my plan, as above stated, with the exception that to her the organs, nerves, and parts always seem like disobedient children, who must be managed one way or another. And so she proceeds just as she did when she was a successful schoolteacher, and I am inclined to think that she is right, and has made an improvement on my original idea. For these cell minds, or organ minds, closely resemble the minds of undeveloped children, and are often unreasonably stubborn, although if they are reached the right way, by a firm though kindly tone, in most cases they will obey orders, and mend their ways. It is well to use the hands at the beginning of this form of treatment, in the direction of tapping or patting the part of the body directly over the organ. This seems to have the effect of awakening the attention of the organ mind, so that it becomes more receptive. It is akin to tapping the shoulder of a man on the street, to whom you wish to speak. In such cases, it is well to send the mental command, "Here. Listen to me." The hands of the healer may also be passed over the body as the mental commands are given, and they serve to give an additional and strengthened suggestion when properly used. A plain, simple way of giving this treatment is to awaken the attention of the mind in the organ or part, as above stated, and then proceed to mentally lecture it, calling it by name, as for instance, "Here, stomach," or "Now, you liver," etc. Don't smile at this advice, just try it on yourself and you will stop smiling. Then go on and tell the organ mind just what you would tell it if it were an actual personality, a childish mind, for instance. You will soon find how quick the organ mind is to awaken to your words, and to act upon your suggestions or orders. Follow the laws of suggestion in giving these treatments to the organ minds, that is, remember the suggestive phases of repetition, authoritative demand or command, etc. Don't be afraid, but start in to give the organ mind a piece of your mind, and it will obey you. Dr. Paul Edwards, one of the world's most famous mental healers, whom I met quite often a number of years ago when he was living in Chicago, informed me that the result of his practice has taught him that there was a great difference in the intelligence of the mind in the several organs. For instance, he believed that the heart was very intelligent, and quite amenable to mild, gentle, coaxing suggestions and advice or orders, while on the other hand, the liver was a most mulish, stubborn, obstinate organ mind, which had to be driven along by the sharpest and most positive suggestions. I have since investigated along this line, and I am now fully convinced of the correctness of Dr. Edwards' theory in this respect. I have found the heart to be very gentle and obedient, as he said, and I have moreover found it needed but the slightest word to attract its attention. I have found the liver to be brutish, stubborn, and obstinate, and needing the most forceful, insistent methods, something like driving a stubborn donkey along the road. I have also found the liver to be lazy and sleepy, and needing much effort to rouse it into a receptive condition. The stomach I have found quite intelligent, particularly if it has not been brutalized by stuffing, and it will readily respond to the treatment. A peculiar thing about the stomach is that it seems to like jollying, or flattery. Tell it how good a stomach it is, and how well it can do its work, and how much you trust it to run things right for you, and lo! It proceeds to make good, and justify your praise and commendations. The nerves respond readily to this form of treatment, along gentle coaxing lines. The circulation of the blood may be increased to certain parts, or restrained, in this way. In this way the blood can be swept all over the body, creating a pleasant glow, or it may be drawn away from an aching head, or a feverish brow. The bowels respond readily to a firm, kind treatment, in which they are to be told to move regularly, it being well to name a certain time at which you expect them to establish a regular habit, in which case be sure to keep your appointment with them and give them a chance. The organs peculiar to women will respond quite readily to this form of treatment. Regular menstruation has often been established by treating the proper parts in this way a month ahead, and keeping it up every day until the regular period. In this case it is also well to fix a date. Suggestions of firm. Now, be firm and strong have relieved many cases of womb weaknesses. Profuse menstruation has yielded to commands of slow, now, easy, easy, not so free a flow, etc. There are no fixed forms of treatment along these lines. You must acquire the knack by practice. The proper words will suggest themselves to you. The thing to do is to know what you want done, and then command the organ mind to do that thing, using the same words that you would use in talking to a real person in the place of the organ. You will soon acquire the art, by a little practice. Those who have treated a large number of persons in this way have told me that the mind in the organs and parts seems to instinctively recognize the healer's power over them. Just as a horse or dog will recognize men who are accustomed to managing animals of their kind, so will these organ minds instinctively recognize their master in one who has studied this art of mental healing, along these lines. Remember always that you are mind talking to mind, not to dead matter. There is mind in every cell, nerve, organ, and part of the body, and in the body as a whole, and this mind will listen to your central mind and obey it, because your central mind is positive to it, the organ is negative to you. Carry this idea always with you in giving these treatments, and endeavor to visualize the mind in the organs etc., as clearly as may be, for by so doing you get them in better rapport with you, and can handle them to better advantage. And, also remember, that the virtue lies not in the mere sound of the words that happen to reach the organ or cells. They do not understand words as words, but they do understand the meaning behind the words. They recognize the mental state of which the word is the outward symbol. But without words it is very hard for you to think, or clearly express the feeling, and so by all means use the words just as if the organ minds understood their actual meaning, for by so doing, you can drive in the meaning of the word and induce the mental state conditions necessary to work the cure. While this local treatment is adapted especially to personal healing, still it may be also used to great advantage in absent healing, by combining it with the regular general form of absent healing. That is, after giving the general absent treatment, proceed to place yourself en rapport with the organ mind in the patient, and then talk to it just as you would if the patient were actually present. Visualization will enable you to do this effectively. I have heard of some wonderful cures having been effected by the use of this form of local treatment in absent healing, in connection with the general treatment. And in case of self-healing, this local treatment acts with wonderful force. One can, of course, talk up to his own cells and organs just as he can to those of another, and with equal effect if he goes about it right. This opens up a wonderful field for self-healing. The methods and practice of local treatment in self-healing are precisely similar to those used in treating others. I am personally acquainted with a lady who has learned to make her body obey her perfectly. If the body looks tired or droopy or lacks freshness and beauty, she just talks up to it and tells it how much she thinks of it and how much she appreciates all that it is doing for her, etc., and at the same time encourages it to manifest activity and interest, etc. The result is that the next morning after the treatment she will find that all of her suggestions have been accepted and acted upon by the body, and that the latter looks fresh, active, and beautiful, manifesting all the appearance of youth and perfect health. I have heard of women managing to retain their youthful appearance in a similar manner. I have known men to coax up their bodies, when under the strain of unusual work, with the best of results. In fact, I believe that in this form of treatment of one's own body there are possibilities as yet undreamt of by the race. Perhaps this hint may start some investigator to exploring the field to the limit. I have not found time to carry my investigations along this line quite as far as I would have liked. There is a great unexplored field here. Here is a chance for some fine work for the students of this book. And now I seem to have reached the end of this chapter. Remember, please, that within its pages I have condensed information sufficient to have filled a good-sized volume or two. Read it carefully and do not let the simplicity of my methods lead you to ignore the wonderful possibilities open to those who will practice them. I have not cared to dress up my treatments and methods in fancy garb for the purpose of bewildering the eye and creating an impression upon the foolish and childish minds of those who run after these things. I do not want a following of this sort. I want, rather, the earnest sympathetic cooperation of my students who appreciate the virtue in these apparently simple methods. As I have said before, these simple methods and forms of treatment represent the work and experience of myself and others extending over a number of years. They are the boiling down of many systems, and the result of my own experiments. They embody the simplest, plainest, and yet the most effective methods known to the world of mental healing today. Take my word for this, I base this statement upon 8 active years of earnest, patient, careful investigation, experiment and study along these lines under circumstances with which few are fortunate enough to be favored. I say these things not in the spirit of boasting or booming my own wares, but merely that you may understand just what is behind and under these simple forms, methods and treatments. You will notice, I hope, that in order to practice these methods of mental healing you are not required to join anything nor asked to connect yourself with any new religion or semi-religion. You may adhere to your favorite beliefs, and still make as many cures as the best of those who believe and claim that the healing is done because of some fantastic theory, dogma or belief. There is no more sense in building up a religion around mental healing than there is in building one up around homeopathy, allopathy, or osteopathy, or hydropathy, or any other pathy. There is but one healing power of the mind and that is free and open to all. It is the gift of the infinite to its finite reflections. It is a natural force, working under certain laws, and free to all. Take it and use it toward the healing of the nations, beginning with yourself. Chapter 27. Mental Architecture. Architecture means the art or science of building or construction, and mental architecture means the art or science of mind building. By mind building I, of course, mean brain building, for as I have told you in a previous chapter, the brain is the machinery of the personal manifestation of mind, or the converter or transformer of the mind power. But as the word mind is generally used as synonymous with brain, in the case of individuals, I shall speak of mind building in this lesson, although I always mean brain building when I so speak. The differing manifestations of mind in the various persons with whom we come in contact is at once recognized as depending upon the character, quality, degree, and grade of their brain material. The brain is composed of a peculiar substance called plasm, or elementary living matter. The word plasm is derived from the Greek word meaning a mold or matrix, and its use in connection with the brain substance is peculiarly appropriate, for it is in the cells of the brain that mental states are cast or molded, as it were. The brain is composed of an enormous number of tiny cells which are the actual elements in the production and manifestation of thought, or mentation. These brain cells are estimated at from 500 million to 2 billion, according to the mental activity of the person. There is always a great number of reserve brain cells remaining unused in every brain, the estimate being made that even in the case of the wisest man, or most active thinker, there are always several millions of unused brain cells held as a reserve. And the most advanced science also informs us that the brain grows additional cells to meet any demand upon it. And brain building is the development and growth of brain cells in any special region of the brain, for, as you probably know, the brain contains many regions, each region being the seat of some particular function, quality, faculty or mental activity. By developing the brain cells in any special region, the quality, activity or faculty which has that region for its seat is necessarily greatly increased and rendered more effective and powerful. The investigators along the lines of phrenology have long since recognized the fact that brain centers or regions could be developed by proper exercises, etc., and the textbooks on that science give us many interesting facts regarding the same. These cases show us that not only is an individual able to develop and cultivate certain qualities of mind on the one hand, or restrain them on the other, but that also the very outward shape and size of the skull manifests a corresponding change, for the bony structure accommodates itself very gradually to the pressure of the increasing number of cells in some particular center or region of the brain. It is a fully demonstrated scientific fact that a man may make himself over mentally, if he will but devote the same degree of attention, patience, and work to the subject that he would in the case of a desired development of some part of the physical body, some muscle, for instance. And the processes are almost identical in the case of muscle and brain center use, exercise and practice along the lines pointed out by those who have investigated and experimented along the particular line. Professor Elmer Gates, of Washington, D.C., one of the most remarkable men of this age, has given to the world an account of some remarkable experiments along the line of brain growing, the experiments having been tried upon various animals. He tells us that his early experiments along this line were in the direction of training dogs to develop some one particular sense, that of seeing or hearing particularly. He would specially train a certain number of the animals according to his methods, and at the same time would keep a like number of the same animals of the same age, etc., without any extraordinary use of the particular faculty in question, and still a similar number without the opportunity of using that faculty at all. At the end of a certain time he would kill some of the animals belonging to each class, and upon examining the brains of each he made the discovery that the number of brain cells, in the regions of their brains in which the sense or faculty was manifested, showed a startling difference, depending upon the degree of use and exercise of the particular faculty. His specially trained animals showed a much greater number of brain cells than had ever been found in animals of the same breed and age. Professor Gates continued these experiments over a number of years and obtained some remarkable results. He specially trained the faculties of some of his dogs so that they were able to distinguish between 7 shades of red and a like number of green shades. I have not the time here to speak at length of the wonderful results of Prof. Gates' experiments, but he has firmly established the scientific fact that brains may be grown at will, if the person will apply himself to the subject with sufficient zeal and order. I have conducted a number of interesting experiments, not with dogs, or through vivisection, however, which have proven conclusively to my mind that the entire natures, dispositions, characters, and faculties of people may be entirely changed by intelligent psychological methods along the lines of suggestion or autosuggestion, accompanied with certain other methods to be mentioned in this lesson. The great school of New Thought people of the various sects, cults, and associations have been doing some excellent work along these lines during the past 10 years or more. Their systems of affirmations and denials really developed or restrained their brain centers, and desirable qualities were increased and developed and undesirable ones were restrained. But the mere use of affirmations, autosuggestions or even strong, positive suggestions given by another, forms only 1/3 of the work necessary in order to produce the best results. It is all very well to assert I am brave, I am industrious, I am active, etc., etc., but if the work stops there it remains only 1/3 done. It is true that these affirmations and autosuggestions undoubtedly do stimulate and develop mental faculties and brain centers and play an important part in character building. But in order that they be used to the best advantage, there must be visualization, and there should be a certain physical acting out of the mental suggestions or affirmation. There must be seeing and doing as well as saying. You will remember what I said in my lesson on mental suggestion regarding the fact that mental states take form in physical action, and its twin truth that physical action produces mental states. It is a case of action and reaction in both instances. For instance, if you will start to feel angry, and keep it up a little while, even though the emotion is assumed for the experiment, you will find that your brows will form into a frown and that your hands will clench and your jaws will fasten into a savage bite. You know this to be true, of course. But then, on the other hand, if you will assume the above-mentioned physical characteristics accompanying anger and will keep them up earnestly for a short time, you will find yourself actually feeling angry. And the same thing is true of the feelings and actions of pleasure. Think intently of some pleasant thing and you will find your face breaking into an expression of pleasure. You will smile, your eyes will twinkle, and you will manifest all the outward characteristics of pleasure. And, on the other hand, if you will throw yourself into the part, and will smile and manifest all the outward signs of pleasure, you will find yourself beginning to feel bright, cheerful and happy in a short time. I have seen a sign bearing the simple word "Smile" in big letters cause people to change their mental states in a few moments. They would take the suggestion and being amused at the sign they would begin to smile, then the smile's physical actions would react upon their minds and they would begin to feel good and so on. I defy anyone to manifest the physical actions of any particular emotion or feeling, earnestly and actively, for a short time, without the corresponding mental state actually manifesting itself. Go into a business house manifesting the outward signs of good nature, confidence, self-reliance, etc., and you will not only impress others by suggestion, but you will also impress yourself, and you will begin to actually feel the thing that you have been acting out. Go into the same place manifesting the outward appearance of failure, lack of confidence, fear, etc., and not only will your suggestions be taken up by the others, but you will sink deeper and deeper into the mental state you are acting out. I have known people to acquire a masterful, confident, reliant character by a systematic and persistent acting out of the part, their second nature, so acquired, growing stronger than their original nature. The exercise of the faculty, in this way, developed the brain cells in the proper area and the people were indeed made over. I know men who, when feeling blue or discouraged, will always force a smile to their faces and in a short time they will regain their accustomed or desired cheerful state. I have known at least one man to rouse feelings of stern determination by similar methods. This man was in a position in which there would frequently arise the necessity for the manifestation of the most determined sternness and an almost angry display of will. The man in question was by nature a good-natured, easygoing, kindly person, and he found it almost impossible to manifest the desired qualities upon the occasions mentioned. But one day he was roused to a state of intense determined sternness by a most annoying exhibition of careless action in the office, which although soon settled, left him with the physical reflex of the mental state just experienced. Before this physical condition had passed away there arose, unexpectedly, a case of genuine necessity for the exhibition of the stern, determined action mentioned in the first place. Meeting the man to whom this attitude must be manifested, our man found that, much to his surprise, he displayed a wonderful degree of the desired trait and gave the other man a talking to that made his hair stand on end, and brought the desired result instantly. No one was more surprised at this occurrence than our man, and after it was all over he tried to figure it out, and did. He came to the conclusion that when he was manifesting the physical conditions of the mental state, it required but a trifling effort to induce the state itself. In fact, the state came almost automatically. He had discovered, by accident, a well-established psychological law. And he made use of it ever after. Thereafter, whenever he had to work himself into a state, as he called it, he would walk about his office a few moments before he would see the other man, and during his walk he would bite hard and protrude his jaw, he would frown and clench his fists and make his eyes glare, etc., etc. And before long he would feel himself in the proper mood to see the other man and give him the necessary laying out. The plan worked like a charm. I almost dislike to tell you the sequel, however. Our good-natured, easy man so developed these opposite qualities by this practice that in a few years he was known as a man to be dreaded by those who had occasion to receive treatment at his hands, and his whole nature seemed to have changed, and even his best friends would then hesitate to call him easy or good-natured. He had made himself over, that's all. And from this story you may build up a whole process of character building if you have sufficient imagination and ingenuity, for the principle is the same in all cases. Character is plastic and may be molded at will, by intelligent methods. But it takes more than holding the thought to do it, one must learn to act out the part desired, until it becomes second nature. I wonder how many of you will realize what a wonderful field is here opened out for you if you will follow the idea taught by the past few pages. How many of you will realize that I have herein given you the secret of making yourselves over? I wish that I could fairly pound into you this truth. When I think of what many of you are, and then of what you might be, if you would realize the inner truth and importance of what I have just told you, well, then, I feel like printing the tale in big, black face type and capital letters, so that I could make you read it. I think that the facts and principles above stated are self-evident and need little or no backing up by authorities. But I think I will give you a quotation or two to help fasten the idea in your minds. Professor Hawley says, by restraining the expression of an emotion we can frequently throttle it, by inducing an expression we can often cause its allied emotion. I wish that every one of you would commit the above words to memory, they are golden. By expression Professor Hawley, of course, means the physical manifestation or expression, the physical action which springs from the emotion. Professor W. M. James has this to say along the same line: refuse to express a passion and it dies. Count 10 before venting your anger and its occasion seems ridiculous. Whistling to keep up courage is no mere figure of speech. On the other hand, sit all day in a moping posture, sigh, and reply to everything with a dismal voice, and your melancholy lingers. There is no more valuable precept in moral education than this, as all of us who have experienced know. If we wish to conquer undesirable emotional tendencies in ourselves, we must assiduously, and in the first instance cold-bloodedly, go through the outward movements of those contrary dispositions which we wish to cultivate. Smooth the brow, brighten the eye, contract the dorsal rather than the ventral aspect of the frame, and speak in a major key, pass the genial compliment, and your heart must indeed be frigid if it does not gradually thaw. Aren't those words fine? Read them over several times so as to be sure to grasp their full meaning. If you wish to cultivate a quality in which you are deficient, you must think about it, dream about it, concentrate upon it, live it out in your thoughts as a daydream or mental picture, hold the visualized mental image of it always with you, and last, and equally as important, if not more so, act out the physical manifestations of it, play the part out. Act your part, earnestly, ardently, constantly, eagerly, steadily. On the other hand, if you wish to repress a quality, the best way to do it is to cultivate the opposite quality, and the undesirable quality will be crowded out. If you wish to get rid of darkness in a room, you don't have to shovel it out, just open the windows and let a little sunshine in. Professor James has told you the same thing in the quotation given a few moments ago. It is psychological law. Kill out the negative by cultivating the positive. That's the rule. But don't forget to act out the part. What is called autosuggestion, or self-suggestion, is one of the most active agencies employed in mind building. Autosuggestion covers all the various forms of affirmations, denials, statements, etc., employed by the several New Thought schools, and is the underlying principle of all forms of self-impression. Self-impression would be a better name than any of these terms, for it described the process exactly. One impresses his mind with certain ideas, suggestions, feelings, and mental states. There is a dual aspect of mind which enables one to play two parts at the same time, viz. 1. The part of teacher or master, and 2. The part of scholar or pupil. One may charge his mind with the task of waking him up at a certain time in the morning and he wakes up. Or he may charge his mind to remember a certain thing and he remembers it. This form of self-mastery may be carried to great lengths, and one may bid his mind collect data regarding certain subjects, from amidst its heterogeneous collection of mental odds and ends of knowledge, and then bid it combine the information into a systematic form, and the mind will so act and the combined information will be at hand when needed. I find myself doing this, almost unconsciously, when I start to write a book, fact after fact and illustrations appearing at their proper time and place. The field of self-impression has just had its outer edges explored. There is a great region of mentation here awaiting some of you. And so, this autosuggestion is a case of says I to myself, says I. And the queer thing is that if you will impress your mind sufficiently, strongly, and with sufficient repetition, you will find it taking the impression and acting upon it. Repetition is a great thing in autosuggestion. You remember the case of the man who told a certain lie so often that he got to actually believe it himself. Repeated autosuggestion works along the same psychological lines. Hearing a thing impressed upon it sufficiently often, it takes it as a fact, and proceeds to act it out accordingly. Constant affirmation and statement, made to oneself, will manifest in actual conditions. Many a person has changed his whole physical and mental condition by a careful, persistent course of autosuggestion. Of course, if one combines the mental image, or visualization process with the autosuggestion, he will obtain a doubly efficacious result. And, if, in addition to these two, he will practice acting out the part along physical lines, he will reap a tenfold harvest of results. These three forms combined, employed and persisted in, will work miracles in anyone. For instance, if one suffers from fear in meeting other persons, an abnormal timidity or bashfulness, commonly called self-consciousness, the first thing for him to do is to brace himself with constant affirmations or autosuggestions of fearlessness. Then he should visualize himself as absolutely fearless. Then he should endeavor to reproduce the physical appearance and outward demeanor, and acting out of the part of the fearless man. And thus will he gradually develop into that which he desires. His ideal becomes real, his dream a fact, his feelings actions, his actions feelings. And this rule and example will hold good along the whole line of personal qualities or characteristics. All come under the rule, the same principle works in all cases. Get the principle and you have the secret of the whole thing. But here I am going to suggest a little variation along the lines of autosuggestion, which I have found to act admirably in this class of cases. The ordinary autosuggestion, or affirmation works along these lines, viz., one affirms or suggests to himself something like this: I am fearless, I fear nothing, I am courageous, I am filled with confidence, etc., etc. Now this in fine, no one who knows anything about the subject will dispute the fact that a man holding the thought that I am fearless, will be filled with courage, and will manifest the qualities that he is claiming for himself. It is the old tried and oft-taught plan of affirmation or autosuggestion that has worked wonders for so many people. And I positively advise you to follow this plan of holding the thought, and making the affirmations or autosuggestions in the first person, when you are going into action. As a bracer it is unexcelled. But there is something else not so old, and here it is. You will see in the previous chapter, entitled Healing Methods, in that part devoted to self-healing, I tell you to imagine yourself as John Smith, or whatever your name may be, that is, as a separate person, and then to treat him as such, just as you would a patient. Well, this plan also works admirably in cases of character building by autosuggestion. While the I am, etc. plan is good as a bracer, and when going into action, still this last mentioned plan of mine operates far better when it comes down to steady treatment of oneself for mental failings, weaknesses and character building. Just try both plans yourself and see if I am not right, but practice my plan a little until you acquire the knack before finally deciding the matter. Here is how it works in practice. Suppose you wish to cultivate fearlessness in place of the fear thought that has bothered you so much. Well, in addition to the mental image of visualization and the never-to-be-forgotten acting out the part, you wish to try autosuggestion. The old way, you remember, was to claim to yourself, "I am fearless," etc. Now my new way of treating yourself is to imagine that you are treating some other person for the same trouble. Sit down and give a regular treatment. Imagine yourself as sitting before your personality, the central mind, giving a treatment to the John Smith part of you, the individual treating the personality. The individual, that's you, says to the personality of John Smith, "Here, John Smith, you must brace up and do better. You are fearless, fearless, fearless. I tell you, you are fearless. You are courageous, and brave, and bold. You are confident and self-reliant. You fear nothing. You are filled with strong, positive mind power, and you are going to manifest it. You are going to grow more and more positive every day. You are positive this minute, do you hear me? Positive this very minute. You are positive, fearless, confident, and self-reliant right now, and you will grow more and more so every day. Remember now, you are positive, 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 fearless, 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 etc., etc., etc. You will find that by this plan you will be able to fairly pour in the positive suggestions to the John Smith part of you, and the latter will take them with the same effect as if there were two persons instead of one. And there are two persons, according to the occult teachings, the individual and the personality. This plan will afford a welcome variation to the monotonous I am this and I am that methods which have caused so many once ardent followers of the new thought to throw up the whole matter in disgust. This wholesale I am this and that business has tired many a good soul who thereby let go just when in sight of attainment. To such and to all others I would say, try this new plan. Learn to actually treat yourself by this method and you will be surprised at the rapid progress you will make as compared with the old plan. But don't forget to impress upon the John Smith part of you that he must hold the mental image or visualization, and that he must start right into act out the part. Don't let him get away from this, insist upon it, cross-examine him about it before each treatment and hammer it into him hard. For as our colored brother would say, he sure needs them all to carry him through. Now, please experiment with this method on yourself and find out its wonderful possibilities by your own experience. Don't rest with my say-so, but prove it for yourself. When once you have found out just what this method will do for you, you will wonder that you had never thought of it before. You will cultivate a sense of individuality which will recognize the personality as a plastic something that can be molded and shaped at your will by this treatment. And, best of all, you will learn to know that the individual is you, and you are the individual, and that the personality is merely something that belongs to you. When you have reached this stage, you will have called to your hand the forces of the great mind power and will indeed have a right to call yourself positive and an active center of power in the great ocean of mind power. And all this will have been brought about by this new plan of says I to myself, says I. Is it not worthwhile? Then start in to make yourself over as you will. Chapter 28. Making over oneself. Now comes the question, in what respect shall I make myself over? And this is a question that I cannot answer for you, because each one of you would have to be answered differently, and I would have to understand the requirements of each particular case before I could so answer. But, after all, each and every man or woman who studies these chapters has a very good idea of his or her particular strong or weak points of character. Each one knows just about what qualities need to be strengthened and built up, and just which ones need to be restrained. Every person knows his shortcomings in the lines of personal qualities or character, for he or she has been forced to this knowledge by coming in contact with the world. If you are considering the question of character architecture in your own case, I would advise a strict self-examination with a pencil and paper, in which you must set down the degree of development of each particular quality, without fear or favor toward yourself. When you have done this, you will know just how to proceed. You will have given yourself a mental diagnosis. I herewith give you a general list of qualities, etc., as an aid in this work of self-examination as a basis of mental architecture. In using it, ask yourself the question: what degree of this quality do I possess? And answer the question on honor. Below I give you a list of the faculties usually given in works on phrenology, which will aid you very materially in preparing your report on yourself. Each faculty relates to some quality of character possessed by you, and regarding which you are asking yourself the question mentioned above. Sexuality, ideality, friendship, mirthfulness, love of life, sense of size, physical appetites, sense of order, cautiousness, memory, firmness, language, faith, judging human nature, ingenuity, parental love, imitation, stick-to-itiveness, sense of shape, determination, sense of color, secretiveness, sense of locality, self-esteem, musical taste, hope, comparison, sympathy, domestic qualities, sublimity, love of places, observation, fighting qualities, sense of weight, acquisitiveness, sense of number, love of praise, sense of time, integrity, originality, veneration, agreeableness. Every one of the above-mentioned faculties or qualities may be increased or decreased by the practice of the methods given in this lesson. Autosuggestion, visualization, and acting out the part. That triple method of character architecture will enable anyone to make himself over in any one or more of the above qualities. You will, of course, always remember that the methods named act in the direction of stimulating the growth of the brain cells in the particular centers, areas, and regions in which the particular faculty or quality is manifested. The immediate cause of the growth of the brain cells is the desire of the individual manifesting itself along physical lines, coupled with that law of nature which causes increased physical or mental growth in accordance with necessity or need. The earnest desire, heightened by visualization and autosuggestion, stimulates the brain centers manifesting the desired qualities, and by so doing causes a more rapid production of new cells and the greater development of the existing ones. Then the acting out the part, with its physical manifestations, creates a direct demand upon the brain for means of manifestation, and the brain responds by growing additional cells to meet the demand. There is in nature a law that tends to furnish to the organism that which is needed for its development and necessities. The horse has evolved from a three-toed animal into a one-toed one, in response to the demands of its environments, and the necessities of its life. Birds of prey have claws and beaks adapted to their needs and wants, beasts of prey have great teeth, claws and shape of body adapted to their wants and necessities, and so it is all through nature. But remember this, that animals constantly change as their environments alter, for nature always is ready to supply that which is demanded by the necessities of the organism. Evolution gives us many convincing illustrations of this fact, which I regret not being able to mention here. If a part of the body is brought into unaccustomed use, it becomes tired at first and then nature sends to its relief increased nutrition and development so that in time it can meet the new requirements with ease. And so it is in this matter of the brain cells. Make a demand upon nature for increased power along certain lines and she responds. And the way to make the demand for new brain cells in order to manifest certain qualities to a higher degree is to follow the methods given you herein: autosuggestion, visualization, and acting out the part. I trust that you now understand not only the how of this subject, but also the why of it. It is impossible in the space of a few chapters to give detailed instruction regarding the development of each separate faculty of the mind. That would require a good-sized book by itself. But I have given you the general principles and directions, and you should be able to work out the rest of the problem yourself. I shall, however, give you special directions for the development of the particular qualities most necessary to the dynamic individual mentioned in the chapters on personal influence. Before proceeding to this last mentioned phase of the work, however, I wish to say that not only may one make himself over by the methods given, but he may make over other people by the same methods applied in the forms of suggestive treatment. This is particularly true in the case of children, whose characters are extremely plastic, and who yield readily to constructive shaping and guidance. It is not necessary for me to go into this matter in detail, for in my chapters on mental suggestion and mental therapeutics, as well as in the present lesson, I give the principles of such treatment and the methods of applying the same. I trust that you have paid sufficient attention to what has been taught to be able to understand and apply this form of suggestive treatment to others. What I have said about treating the John Smith part of you is true when you are actually treating others. The same principles apply. In addition to these, you may advantageously use treatments by mentative currents, which will tend to induce in the mind of the other person the desired mental state, which in time will result in the production of the new brain cells needed to establish the mental character cure. In treating others for a change of character, proceed exactly as you would in treating them for a physical ailment. The principle is the same, for the trouble arises from a similar underlying cause. In both cases you are treating mind, remember. And now to the building up of the dynamic individual. We have seen what he was like, and now we must try to make ourselves over to resemble him. The methods given in the present chapter, and the one immediately following it, apply to this work, of course. Let us now form a mental picture of the dynamic individual and see what qualities he possesses, and then learn how to develop and cultivate those qualities. Our dynamic individual is possessed of a strong desire. He knows how to want a thing the right way. No mere wishing or sighing for a thing. When he wants a thing, he wants it. We all think that we want things, but the majority only want them in a half-hearted way. The flame of desire burns feebly and gives little light or heat. One of the first things you will notice in coming in personal contact with the men who do things in the world is that they are filled with that intense, eager, longing, craving, hungry, ravenous desire that urges them on to mighty effort and achievement, which makes them demand things instead of begging for them. Even among the animals that we speak of as strong and masterful, you will find that this desire quality is strong, so much so that it impresses itself in their every movement and action. And on the other hand, you will find a lack of that same quality in the species of animals that are preyed upon, hunted and devoured by the others. This class of weak desired animals impress us as weak and spiritless. And so it is with men. No one ever did anything or got anything unless he was filled with a strong, hungry desire for that thing. If a man feels a hunger for attainment, just as he feels a hunger for his meals, he will make mighty efforts to satisfy that hunger. Just think of what you would do to satisfy a craving hunger. Well, these men feel the same way about other things for which they are hungry. Desire is a form of hunger, and the hungrier a man is for a thing, the more desire force will he manifest and the greater efforts will he make to get that thing. People have fallen into the habit of speaking and thinking of desire as an unworthy, low, animal, selfish quality, but they are seeing only a half-truth while thinking that they are seeing the whole thing. They seek to escape by speaking of high desires, aspiration, ambition, zeal, order, love, and a number of similar terms, but these things are merely our old friend desire with a new name. Let me give you a few words used in speaking of some form of desire. Here they are: desire, wish, want, need, exigency, mind, inclination, leaning, bent, animus, partiality, Penchant, predilection, propensity, willingness, liking, love, fondness, relish, longing, hankering, solicitude, anxiety, yearning, coveting, aspiration, ambition, eagerness, zeal, order, appetite, appetency, hunger, thirst, keenness, longing, craving, etc., etc. Quite a formidable list. The truth is that all of the feelings that incite one to action of any kind or sort are forms of desire. Without desire, one would cease absolutely from action. Preceding every action there must be desire, either conscious or unconscious. Even those people who make a virtue of renunciation of desire, and who claim to have conquered desire absolutely, are acting in response to a more subtle form of desire. How is this, you ask? Well, simply because they are carrying out a desire not to desire certain other things. Desire is at the bottom of the renunciation, just as it is at the bottom of the very desires they wish to renounce. This must be so always, for desire is a fundamental natural law, and is always manifest. Not only in the doing of things is desire manifest, but also in the refraining from doing the same things. One man desires to smoke, another desires not to do so. Desire in both cases. Lack of desire to do a certain thing simply means a desire to pursue an opposite course of conduct and action. And so it goes, desire is manifest in every action and refraining from action, so long as one has the capacity for action. Nothing has ever been done, created, or manifested without desire. The very atoms manifest desire in their combinations. And so, all the universe has been built up through the operation of the law of desire, and the law of will, both of which are phases of the one law. Desire underlies all life, it rests in the very heart of life itself. And the greater the manifestation of vitality, the greater the force of desire. But remember always, that there are wise desires and unwise desires. And the dynamic individual learns to distinguish between the wise and the unwise desires, between the good and the bad ones, and governs himself accordingly. He examines his desires, and picking out the good and wise ones he discards the bad and unwise ones, then he proceeds to develop and build up the ones he has selected. And how does our dynamic individual develop his desire when desire in itself is not a separate mental faculty, but, instead, manifests through and in each faculty? He proceeds to hold up to it the mental image of the things to be desired, and the desire force within him flows forth, and manifests more and more energy according to the stimulus. Desire force is always inherent in the person just as is willpower, but both need an incentive to action. A stimulus to manifestation. It is a well-known law of psychology that desire flows out and manifests itself in response to an object. This object of desire is always something that affords pleasure, satisfaction, or content to the individual, or else that will rid him of pain, discontent, discomfort, or dissatisfaction, either immediate or remote in both instances, and sometimes indirectly, that is, the pleasure or pain may be occasioned by the pleasure or pain, immediate or remote, of some other person in which the original person is interested. The clearer the mental image of the object of desire, the greater will be the degree of desire manifested, all other things being equal. A child may be filled with discontent, it wants something, but does not know what it wants. Then the child thinks of toys, and it begins to want still harder. Then it sees a toy, and then its want becomes very intense. One may feel hungry in a degree, but when he sees some particular object of taste, the hunger becomes far more intense. And so it follows that if one will keep on presenting to his desire the suggestion and mental image of the object, then will the desire begin to burn more fiercely and strongly and may be cultivated to almost any degree. You know how one may awaken desire in another this way, by means of suggestion, and by presenting the mental image of the object, in conversation, etc. How many of us know to our cost how the sight of an unthought of thing makes us begin to hanker after it and long for it? The book agent plays upon this trait of character in us, and so does the department storeman on bargain days and by his window displays. You will remember what I told you in the chapters on suggestion, about the steps in salesmanship, the important point being to arouse desire in the customer, and what I said about the same thing in the case of the advertiser. This idea underlies all forms of suggestive influence and is manifest in the lives of every one of us, every day of our lives. And if this be so, can you not see that by autosuggestion you may arouse the same degree of desire in yourselves that others arouse in you and you in others? The threefold method autosuggestion, visualization, and acting out the part will develop desire in you. In autosuggestion, along these lines, you must treat yourself for desire. Tell the John Smith part of you how much he desires this or that, how much he aspires to this or that, how strong is his ambition for this and that, etc. Then visualize the object, that is the thing desired, until you can see it plainly and clearly. See yourself in possession of it, or as having attained it. Keep this mental image always with you, for it will act powerfully in arousing your desire force. Then act out the idea of gaining headway and moving on to the possession or attainment. Cultivate the outward actions and demeanor of the man who has arrived. If you are after success, then act out the part of the successful man. You need not be told why, after what I have said. In conclusion, I will again remind you that the objects of this development of desire are 1. That your will may be called into play, and 2. That your desire force may be set into activity and thus begin in its drawing, attracting work. Read what I have said about desire force in the previous chapters. Now, do not dismiss this part of the subject lightly. It is most important to you. Desire and will are the two phases of mind power, and you must develop both of them in order to get the best results. Keep the flame of right desire ever burning brightly. Feed its lamp with the ideas of the objects of desire by autosuggestion, visualization, and acting out. Remember my parting words about desire. The first thing in the direction of doing things, or getting things, is to want the things hard enough. A strong, ardent, keen desire will clear away the undergrowth of the path of success. It will attract you to the people and things needed for its satisfaction, and will attract to you the people, things, circumstances, environments, etc., needed for its satisfaction. Desire is the soul of the law of attraction. And now let us consider the second attribute of our dynamic individual. It is willpower. Our man is an example of living will. He is filled with the force of action. He is determined. He keeps his will on an object just as a machinist keeps his chisel on the hard metal, letting it bite in deeper and deeper until the desired impression and end is obtained. I have told you how the will is always set into operation by the urge of desire. When you develop and cultivate desire, you are doing much to cultivate willpower. So I need not repeat this part of the process, I have just told it to you under the head of desire. But there is another feature about the use of will which I must call to your attention. It is the feature of its determined application and manifestation. It is all very well to have a strong will, but it will avail you nothing unless you learn how to apply it. The secret of the resolute will lies in determination and persistency. And the first thing to be acquired is the capacity for attention. Writers on psychology will tell you that a tenacious attention is one of the strongest factors of a cultivated will. That is it, you must acquire tenacity of attention. You must acquire the art of patiently dwelling upon a thing until you accomplish your purpose. You must learn to do things thoroughly and completely. You must learn to concentrate your will upon a thing and not allow it to be distracted or to wander off until you do what you set out to do. You must cultivate stability, decision, perseverance, tenacity, and stick-to-itiveness. And you can do all of these things by the triple method given in these chapters. Each quality is capable of cultivation and development in the same way. You can do these things if you want to hard enough. First stir up your desire to accomplish the task, then will that you shall do it, then do it. Thousands of others have done these things, and so may you if you are an individual and are not a mere personal shadow. I shall now give you some advice regarding will development, to which I ask you to pay close attention. The first obstacle to be overcome in the work of cultivating willpower is to overcome the old habits of weak will, and to replace them by new habits of strong will. This question of habit is a most important one, for we are all more or less slaves to habit. Habit is second nature, which is often much stronger than our ordinary natural impulses. In order to develop the dominant will, you must cultivate some new habits. And of these things I shall now speak. The following rules for the development of new habits will prove of great benefit to you, if you will study them carefully and then put them into practice. Rule 1. Get control of your physical channels of expression and master the physical expression connected with the mental state you are trying to develop. For instance, if you are trying to develop your will along the lines of self-reliance, confidence, fearlessness, etc., the first thing for you to do is to get a perfect control of the muscles by which the physical manifestations or expressions of those feelings are shown. Get control of the muscles of your shoulders that you may throw them back manfully. Look out for the stooping attitude of lack of confidence. Then get control of the muscles by which you hold your head up, with eyes front, gazing the world fearlessly in the face. Get control of the muscles of the legs by which you will be enabled to walk firmly as the positive man should. Get control of the vocal organs, by which you may speak in the resonant, vibrant tones which compel attention and inspire respect. Get yourself well in hand physically in order to manifest these outward forms of will, and you will clear a path for the mind power to manifest itself and will make the work of the will much easier. But it takes will to do these things and you must be prepared to use it. Keep your attention on these outward forms of expression until you acquire the habit and make it second nature. Rule 2. Learn to concentrate. By so doing you will be able to focus your will upon any object desired, and thus get the greatest effect. In using the will, endeavor to make it one-pointed, as the Orientals say. That is, have for the object of the will some one main object and then focus the will firmly upon that object. Cast from your mind all ideas and thoughts not in harmony with the one idea upon which you are concentrating your will. In the beginning it will be well to avoid all persons, environments, etc., calculated to distract you from the main idea. But after a bit you will be able to interpose a resistance to these distracting things and banish them from you by a mental command. While acquiring will in this way you will find that it often takes even more will to turn away from these outside objects than to follow your main object. You must learn to master these temptations even if in so doing you find it necessary to act like Ulysses, who made his companions stop up their ears with wax lest they be fascinated by the song of the sirens. Rule 3. In acquiring a will habit, use every occasion in order to repeat the effort of the will along the lines of the habit. Give your will much exercise. Every time you do a certain thing the easier does it become to repeat it, for the habit becomes more firmly established. Habit is a form of impression, and the oftener you sink the dye of the will into the wax of the mind, the deeper is the impression. Exercise, 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 practice, practice, practice. Rule 4. The greatest struggle is at the beginning of the practice or formation of a new will habit. Here one has to fight with all his might, but the first battle well won, the afterfights moderate and finally become mere skirmishes. Hence it behoves one to gird on his armor firmly and grasp his sword with strength at this first fight. Let one stop smoking or drinking, for instance, and he will find that 3/4 of the entire struggle is condensed in the fight of the first week if not the first day. Remember the case of Rip Van Winkle with his well, this glass don't count, he never could get started. And, beware of a single slip at the start, for such slips weaken one more than he can regain in a whole day of success. After having made up your will to acquire a habit, you must not allow a single slip for this reason. A well-known writer on the subject has compared these slips to a ball of cord which one is endeavoring to wind. Each drop of the ball unwinds more than many windings can replace. Rule 5. Endeavor to fix the habit as a strong mental impression by any and every means that suggest themselves to you. For when this habit becomes firmly impressed upon your mind you will find it most natural and easy to act along its lines, and most difficult to break away from it or to act contrary to it. You are building second nature, remember. Rule 6. Look before you leap, and be sure you're right, then go ahead. Always take a good look at a thing before plunging in. Give it the benefit of your judgment and do not be carried away by the judgment of others. Use your reason and judgment, that's why you have them. But, after once having decided a thing is right for you to do, then you must learn to go ahead to the finish. Learn to place your hand upon the plow and look not backward. Learn to control your willpower and do not let it leap into action until you are sure it is right to do so. And all of this means rigid self-control and mastery of one's moods as well as one's passions and emotions. Guard yourself against yourself. And also guard your desire from the influences of others, for through your desires your will is called into action. Children, savages and undeveloped individuals manifest little or no mastery over their desires but allow themselves to be affected by every little wave from within or without and then let their will fly into action in response thereto. The individual learns to inhibit, that is to check, restrain, hold back, forbid, prohibit, etc., emotional states and feelings. By so doing he will hold his willpower under control for use when it is advisable. Pull the trigger of your willpower yourself after you have taken deliberate aim and at some object worthwhile. Do not allow others to pull it for you, nor do you, yourself, pull it in response to a whim, a dare, an unrestrained feeling. A useful rule along these lines is given by Professor Horfding, who says, even if we cannot prevent a feeling from arising, we may possibly prevent it from spreading, by inhibiting the organic movement which accompanies it. The indulgence in which augments it. In other words, restrain the physical action and the feeling dies. This idea of physical expression and acting out runs shoulder to shoulder with the idea of mental states all through the subject of psychology. Rule 7. Keep the mind filled with mental pictures of the thing which you wish to become a habit, for by so doing you are constantly adding oil to the flame of desire, and desire is the cause of the manifestation of will. The feminine desire asks, and the masculine will seeks to gratify the request of his mate in any direction indicated by her. Therefore, the more she sees what she wants, the more she asks, and the more she asks, the more eager does he become to please her. The apple was shown Eve, then she told Adam it was good and asked him to take a bite, and then Adam ate and the mischief was done. But this rule works for good as well as for bad. It's a poor rule that won't work both ways. But the principle is the same in both good and evil cases. Rule 8. Act out the habit as often as possible, and as well as possible. Learn to go through the motions until the part becomes perfect and easily performed. I needn't tell you students the reason for this again, it should be an old story with you by this time. Rule 9. Practice doing disagreeable things. This will strengthen the will wonderfully, for reasons that should be apparent to every student. What would be the condition of your muscles if you never had to use them? And what will be the condition of your will if you never have to exercise it by doing something unpleasant or disagreeable? Anyone, even the weakest, can do a thing along the lines of non-resistance, pleasant, agreeable things, without opposition or resistance. But it takes a true man or woman, a true individual, to do things against resistance from without or from within. And when one has learned to master himself, that is his own moods and feelings, then he is able to master the outside world. And not until then, either. Therefore often set yourself an unpleasant or disagreeable task to perform, for by so doing you acquire mental muscle, which is but another name for will. Professor James, the eminent psychologist, advises his readers to systematically exercise themselves in the direction of doing some particular things for no other reason than that they would rather not do it. Even if the task be nothing more than rising and giving up a seat in a streetcar when you want to retain it very much indeed. Professor James compares this exercise to the paying the premiums on insurance on one's property. One is laying up reserve resources for a day of need. He tells us that a man who trains himself in this way can be counted upon in any emergency. He may count on himself to manifest willpower. As Professor Hawley says, in speaking of such a man, while another would be still crying over spilt milk, the possessor of such a will has already begun to milk another cow. The men who have attained great success have, in nearly every case, so trained their wills that they can undertake a difficult or disagreeable task with a minimum of effort. They have acquired the habit. When one learns to say yes or no to himself, he can say yes or no to others with the greatest force. Rule 10. Cultivate fixity of purpose. The man of strong will must learn to see an object ahead of him and then to want it hard enough, and then to fix his will upon it and hold it there, while he moves to it in as straight a line as possible. But no matter how he may have to swerve from his straight line of approach, by unforeseen obstacles, nor how many times he may stumble, he still always remembers what he is after and he keeps after it. The shifting, changeable, weathercock sort of men manifest but little will, and accomplish little or nothing. The successful men are those who know what they want and never forget it. It may take them some time to find out just what they do want, but when once they find it out they hold firmly to it to the end with an invincible determination and unswerving purpose, and these qualities always win in the long run, if for no other reason than because so few possess them and the majority of men get tired of the struggle and drop out of the race. It's the fellow with the staying qualities that pulls through in the end no matter how much of a start the others may have had on him in the beginning. Concentrate and cultivate stick-to-itiveness. Chapter 29. Mind Building. I shall now briefly run over the mental faculties most necessary to be developed by the man who wishes to gain the dynamic qualities. I shall add a few words of advice regarding the development of each of the said faculties. Continuity. This faculty has been so named by the phrenologists, and defined as the faculty that enables a man to stick to it until it is done, that gives him patience to complete his task, that gives him stability. Its lack makes a man restless, changeable, shifting, disconnected, scattered, unstable, and unreliable. To cultivate this faculty, follow the threefold method, in the direction of concentrating, dwelling upon, and sticking to a matter once undertaken, doing thorough work, and fighting to make a change. 2. Vitality. This faculty is defined by phrenologists as the one that makes a person tenacious of life, and which causes him to fight off death, sickness, or weakness. This is a necessary faculty for the dynamic individual to develop, for by so doing he not only becomes stronger, but also imparts a certain quality of strength and resistance to his personality that will be felt by others. As an example, contrast the fight for life in an animal of the cat family, and then the lack of it in a sheep or rabbit, then think which of them is more respected and regarded in the world of animals. By all means cultivate that resolute fight for life, that is manifested by all strong creatures. Try the threefold method along the lines of holding on to life, and manifesting the will to live. 3. Combativeness. This phrenological faculty manifests in the direction of resistance, opposition, courage, boldness, defensiveness, defiance, spirit, self-protection, determination, let me alone, get out of my way, etc. It goes with all strong characters. It is true that its perversion renders one a nuisance and a quarrelsome and brawling person, and such state is to be avoided. But its absence makes of one a human doormat, and the world proceeds to wipe its feet on him. The dynamic individual must have this faculty well developed, and also well controlled. It must be the case of the soft voice and the big stick, of which we have heard so much of late. The world loves the brave man, and hates a coward. And this means mental bravery, and mental cowardice, principally, in these days of mental struggle. By all means learn to stand up like a man, and, looking the world firmly and calmly in the face, say in the words of the old verse, "Come one, come all. This rock shall fly from its firm base, as soon as I." Don't be a brawler, but don't be a weakling. Avoid the rabbit and sheep mental attitude. Develop this faculty by the threefold method, along the lines of debate, argument, mental conflict, mental resistance, asserting your individuality, insisting upon your rights, self-confidence, self-assertion, and I can and I will. 4. Destructiveness. This name is not well chosen, in my opinion, by the phrenologists, but I shall not attempt to change it here. It is used by them to indicate the faculty that manifests in determination to overcome obstacles, beating down resistance, brushing away barriers, making headway, pushing to the front, clearing away underbrush, pushing through the crowd, holding your own, etc. Its perversion renders one a hated man, and one who is not sufficiently regardful of the rights of others, and whom it becomes the duty of society to restrain. But, still it is a quality that is needed by the dynamic individual, lest he allow himself to be walked over with impunity, outraged, and treated with contempt by the world, or which will cause him to be pushed aside and imposed upon. Its absence also causes one to be overcome with impotence when obstacles confront him, or resistance shows itself. Its absence causes one to be a whining "I can't" person, and also causes one to be too much subject to precedents, pretended authority, etc., and kills off his originality. To develop this faculty, use the threefold method along the lines of breaking new mental ground, striking out into new paths, breaking down barriers, overcoming restraint, holding your own, pushing to the front, even if you have to elbow the crowd, etc. Acquisitiveness. This term is used by phrenologists to indicate that faculty which manifests in getting, acquiring, possessing, drawing to oneself, obtaining and securing desired things, etc. It may be perverted into miserliness, penuriousness, meanness, hawkishness, etc., but nevertheless its proper use and development is necessary. Unless one has a desire to have and hold, he will not be apt to make any progress in the world. One must want to get things, before he will act energetically. And so far as money is concerned, while I freely admit the evils of an extreme greed and desire in this respect, yet I am just as fully convinced that a man must possess a certain amount of this money-wanting quality in order to make him an active center of force. For when one wants money, he really wants the things that money buys. Money stands for nearly all that is necessary for a man's well-being and sustenance. Money in itself is nothing, and a man is a fool who loves or seeks it for itself. But it is also a symbol of almost everything else, and without it he can get practically nothing else. So, just as I think it justifiable and proper for a plant to desire and seek, and draw to itself the sustenance of the soil, air, water, and sunlight, so do I think it proper, desirable and praiseworthy for a man to desire, and insist upon drawing to himself the proper sustenance of life, and money means just that, to the sane man, and nothing more. The people who decry this desire for money, are principally those who either, 1. Have failed to accumulate money themselves, by reason of lacking the necessary qualities. The really unfortunate ones do not join in the condemnation of the desire. Or, 2. Those who have inherited money of which they did not know the labor, excitement, or satisfaction of making for themselves, and who, therefore, grow righteously disgusted at the money which they did not have to use their heads or hands to acquire. These people are like those who take no exercise, and get indigestion at the sight of a good dinner, while those who have worked well come to the dinner with a good appetite, and cannot understand the sick feeling of the others. It is a law of nature that makes both of these classes of people sick at the sight of that for which they have not worked, or, 3. That class of parasites who live by hard work of others, doing nothing themselves, and deeming themselves far above those muckers, or money-grubbers, who work, and toil and labor to support these parasites. People are all after money, every blessed mother's son and daughter of them, in one way or another. What is the use of denying it? Some day we may have better economic conditions, I pray to God that we may, but until that time all of us must chase the nimble dollar to the best of our ability. For unless a man does this thing, then shall he not eat, nor be clothed, nor have shelter, nor books, nor music, nor anything else that makes life worth living for one who thinks and feels. Therefore I feel justified in saying to you, develop a normal degree of acquisitiveness, if you wish to amount to anything in the world's work. Develop it by the threefold method, along the lines of realization of what it means, and what it will do for you, in this stage of the world's economic evolution. But don't be a hog. To be sure, while you're getting, get all you can, but give the other fellow a chance. Live and let live. 6. Secretiveness. This is the name given by the phrenologists to that faculty that manifests as policy, tact, concealment, self-repression, self-restraint, etc. Its perversion leads to deceit, double-dealing, duplicity, lying, false living, etc. But a certain amount of it is necessary, lest one fall into the error of wearing his heart on his sleeve, transparent simplicity, loose-mouthedness, blabbing, lacking ordinary prudence, indiscretion, etc. Develop this faculty by the threefold method along the lines of tact, diplomacy, reticence, cautiousness, politeness, etc., the main object being to acquire the faculty of keeping your own secrets, keeping your affairs to yourself, avoiding that leakiness that has ruined so many men and women. Regarding this and women, I would say that my business experience has taught me that in spite of the alleged secret telling of women, it is true that the women stenographers in an office are far less liable to disclose their employer's secrets than are the men employees. And then again, while a woman may have a tendency to pass on a secret, still she knows how to keep certain secrets that concern herself, or the man she loves, or the child she loves, in a manner, and in ways that cause a man's hair to rise in bewilderment. 7. Cautiousness. This faculty manifests in carefulness, prudence, watchfulness, foresight, judgment, etc. Perverted, it leads to timidity, irresolution, etc. But a certain amount of it is necessary. One should learn to use judgment and reason to be sure he is right, before going ahead. If deficient in this quality, develop it by the threefold method along the lines of care, prudence, watchfulness, thought, use of judgment, etc., and by looking before you leap. If you have too much of it, restrain by similar methods, along the lines of boldness, daring, don't worry, take a risk on it, etc., and a general spirit of not crossing a bridge until you come to it. 8. Approbativeness. This faculty manifests in a desire for approval, praise, flattery, fame, show and ceremony connected with one's personality, etc. It is seen frequently in a perverted sense. Very few of us need to develop this quality, we have enough, or more than enough of it already. If you wish to restrain this faculty, you may use the threefold method along the lines of indifference to public approval or opinion. What does it matter anyway? They say, what do they say? Let them say, do not worry about it, your friends will not care, and your enemies will persist anyway, so what's the use? What care I for the opinions of the crowd, anyway, they are 95% fools at the best, etc., etc., etc. Learn to live your own life, and stand upon your own feet. Other people would like to even breathe for you if you would let them, but say scat to them, and shake them off when they bother you. You've got to live your own life, and why bother with the people who are always telling you mustn't do it this way, do it as I say, when their own lives are glaring examples of the folly of their way. Pick out a right object, follow a right course, and let the crowd mind its own business. If it will and if it won't, forget it. You will find it ready enough to shower favors upon you when you finally succeed. And do not be deceived by its praise or flattery. The same people who are singing your praises today will damn you tomorrow if occasion offers. They are throwing roses at you now, tomorrow they may throw rocks with equal grace and delight. Don't be a slave to the crowd or its opinions, make yourself master of it, if you would rule it. It is managed through its selfish fears and interest, rather than through its love. It has a mean trick of turning on the thing it loves, and tearing it to pieces, just as a female spider devours her mate. But when it fears, well, then, it lets you alone. Not high spiritual teaching, perhaps, but a bit of worldly wisdom. Shake off the crowd from your heels, you mind your own business, and tell it to do the same. And look it in the eye while you are telling it, too. It will understand you, if you don't truckle to it. But never cringe to it, else it will rend you to pieces. 9. Self-esteem. This is the faculty of self-respect, self-reliance, self-love, etc. Perverted, it means tyranny, superciliousness, imperiousness, hauteur, and other forms of egotism carried to extremes. This quality is necessary to be developed, normally. One must learn to respect himself, value himself, rely upon himself, love himself, hold his head high, look the world in the face, believe in himself, and take his own place in the world, without false modesty, or shrinking. Develop it by the threefold method, along the lines of realizing just what you are, a center of energy, power, and strength in the universal ocean of mind power. Think of yourself in the word of Black Hawk, the Indian chieftain, who said to Jackson, "I am a man. Be a man among men, and insist upon the fact. Learn to say I am. Feel that back of and under you is the great ocean of universal mind power, and realize that you are of and in this wonderful thing. Believe in yourself, love yourself, look out for yourself. I tell you friends, I believe in you, every one of you, for I know what you are and what you have in you, and I want you to believe in yourselves. I want you to say I without being afraid. Don't be afraid to assert the I. Don't be afraid to say I. Say I, until you begin to realize what a wonderful thing that I of you is, after all. Recognize the ego as a center of power, and stop all this foolishness about being a worm of the dust. Don't be meek and humble like Uriah Heep. On the contrary, stand up, with head thrown back, looking the world straight in the eyes, without fear, and say firmly and positively, I believe in myself. You have heard it said that God helps those who help themselves, and He does, unquestionably. But this is also true, God believes in those who believe in themselves. And so does the world, because God has made it so. So start in now, and say, early and often, I believe in myself. Firmness. This term does not have to be defined, you all know what it means. It is the faculty of stability, fixity, decision, perseverance, tenacity, manifestation of the determined will. Too much of it may make you mulish and stubborn, but very few of you have too much of it, along the right lines. You need to develop it by the threefold method along the lines of putting your hand to the plow, and looking not backward, sticking to your original plans, despite the talk of others, resisting tendencies to sidetrack you. This is the faculty that keeps the will to the task, like the chisel to the metal, until the work is done. Be firm as a rock against which beat the storms, but which yields not an inch, nor is it hurt a particle. Have a mind of your own, and hold to what you believe is right. See your object, and march straight to it, firm in your determination and purpose. By all means develop the faculty of firmness. 11. Hope. This is the faculty of expectation and anticipation. It gives us one of the three features of success: earnest expectation. You must believe in your success and must earnestly expect it. Cultivate hope and earnest expectation by all means. Be not a mere dreamer or visionary, through excessive hope, but cultivate desire, then develop earnest expectation, then will to act. Each of these features is necessary to the great three. Develop it by the threefold method, along the lines of looking on the bright side, visualization, looking aloft, not worrying, and belief in the efficacy of earnest demand accompanied by earnest work. Visualization is the greatest incentive to hope and earnest expectation. When you can see the thing done in your mind's eye, you have started to build in earnest, the rest is a mere matter of detail and work. 12. Mirthfulness. This is the faculty of humor. By all means cultivate the sense of humor. It will save you from more follies and ridiculous positions than anything else. And cultivate the cheerful spirit, for it will make life easier for you, and will lubricate the machinery of work and endeavor. It will also make friends for you, and will tend to remove the obstacles which the world throws in the way of people who are sour, disagreeable and grouchy. Smile and the world smiles with you, frown and you get a frown. Develop this faculty, by all means, by the threefold method, along the lines of humor, joy, cheerfulness. And so, now I have called your attention to the faculties most prominent in the dynamic individual. I have not spoken of his religious or moral faculties, because these lessons are dealing with another part of his makeup. But do not imagine that the qualities named here have no connection with the religious or moral life. There is nothing that I have recommended here that will not apply as well to the minister as the businessman, to the priest as well as the salesman. The same mental qualities that make a bad man great and strong will make a good man great and strong. Morals are one thing and degrees of strength another. Good men may be strong or weak, bad men may also be strong or weak. And in the degree of strength will be the degree of influence, for good or evil, that a man will manifest. With this in mind, I think that it would be a great thing for the world if someone were to distribute this book among the good men of the world. The evil men have a knowledge of the subject already. In closing this chapter, let me remind you that these mental states, cultivated and developed as I have shown you, will manifest themselves in your outward manner and demeanor, as mental suggestions to those with whom you come in contact. The symbol will spring from the inner reality. And they will also manifest in the shape of currents of desire, force and willpower, which will sweep far and wide, as well as near and close, influencing and affecting those within their field of induction. From these mental states will flow a strong stream of power which will tend to draw to you that which you demand and desire, and which will also tend to force and compel the things that you so will. You are a great center of power, which radiates from you continually. Realize this, and endeavor to charge that force with the best qualities and properties, that while you are asserting your own individual rights, you will still be doing something toward the great work of strengthening the race, to the end that it may produce more real individuals ready and capable of playing their part in the great drama of life on the stage of the universe. This talk is along new lines and is radical in the treatment given the subject. It is as meat for strong men, and not milk for babes. There is no bromide or pink tea effects in it. It is vital, radical, and positive. Its message is strength. All truth that is worthwhile renders its possessor stronger. If any teachings cannot stand this test, discard them. Nature's law is toward producing strong individuals. Fall in with it, and nature will come to your aid, for then you will be one of its chosen ones. Fall in with the law of evolution, do not run contrary to it. In the one case, you are nourished, supported, strengthened and encouraged. In the other, you are relentlessly crowded out by the operations of the law. If you get one half the benefit from the study of this book that I obtained from the writing of it, you will be well repaid for your task. It is as a live wire, charged with the elemental force, energy and truth about certain occult natural laws. It contains a message for you, which I trust you will heed, for you need it. If you are an individual, this teaching is just what you want. And the same is true if you are not one, but want to be one. But, if you are a weakling, and prefer to remain so, instead of rising and claiming your birthright of strength, your heritage of power, then by all means remain as you are, and go on your own way. Leave these teachings for the others of your brethren, who will not sell their birthright of power for the mess of pottage of negative content and sheep-like passivity, but who are boldly claiming their own, and demanding their rightful portion. These strong brothers of yours, the individuals who are the coming inheritors of the earth. I have tried to infuse my words with the strong, vital energy, which I feel surging through me as I write out this message of strength to you. I trust that these words will act as a current of verbal electrons, each carrying its full charge of dynamic power. And I trust that each word will act to so fill you with the mind power that gave them birth, and will thus awaken in you a similar mental state, desire and will, to be strong, forceful, and dynamic, determined to assert your individuality in being and doing that which the universal creative desire and will is hoping that you will be and do. I send to you this message charged with the very dynamic vibrations of my brain, as it transforms and converts the mind power into thoughts and words. I send it to you, yes, you, who are now reading the words, with all the energy, force, and power at my command, to the end that it may pierce your armor of indifference, fear, and doubt, and I can't. And that reaching into your heart of desire, it may fill you with the very spirit of individuality, conscious egohood, perception of reality, and realization of the I. So that from hence on your battle cry will be changed, and you will plunge into the thick of the fight, filled with the berserker rage, like the Icelandic hero of old, and shouting your positive cry of freedom, I can, I will, I dare, I do. You will mow your way clear through the ranks of the horde of ignorance and negativity, and reach the heights beyond. This is my message to you, the individual,